Okay. All right. Where am I? What's going on? Jesus, I'm so... Guys! What's up? What's up? Where are we? Oh. Hold up. Sorry. Deus Ex started again. Okay, we're all over the place. What's up, everybody? Oh my god, I was so lost there. Give me 1 second. Looks like I'm missing something here. Are we missing something? Where's the game? Nah, something's off here. I'm missing my stream. Nah, it's completely gone. Come on! What? This was just working before we went live. There's no way. Oh my god, guys. OBS sucks. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, are we back live? We're back live, yeah? Like, isn't it? It's insane. It is crazy how bad all this software, this hardware, all this stuff these companies keep giving us to do the streaming and broadcasting and all that, and it's just garbage. Like, it just literally, it doesn't work. That stuff was just working a minute before I went live, and then I opened it up for you guys and it's gone. But anyways, we're here now. We're here now. So, thank you everybody for showing up so early. There is a slight audio delay, as always. I'll see if I can fix that for you right now. Usually you can't notice it if I'm a little bit smaller. If I turn on the 1 second delay, that might make my audio delayed more. Unfortunately, OBS only gives me the chance to delay my audio and not my video, so let me know if that made it worse or better. Increasing complexity means it's harder to maintain. Yeah, but as a software dev, if you got an existing product on the market for 6 years, you want it to be working fairly well by now, right? Especially if it's open source, you know? I mean, I guess open source can make it worse, but it's not like I'm using open source from somebody who's not actually making the initial product. I'm using the product from the company. I feel like they should be a little better. But yeah, I understand this, you know, it's a complex thing to do. It's just so frustrating because it costs a lot of money. Well, not this. This is OBS. All right, so if the audio is doing okay now, guys, I'd like to thank you all for being here so early. How's it going, everyone? Malakina, my man, I see you. Jade, Striker, Pentandra, Dronitar, Lord Skippy, Sparse, Tripper, Cantor, Jujinkai. Hey, dude. I love saying your name. Crash Test, hey, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. Audio's good. Okay, so the 1 second stream helped. Or the 1 second delay helped. That's good, that's good. What's up, Ace? How's it going? All right, cool. If audio's, I'm actually gonna turn myself up a little bit. I like hearing my voice. So, we've got an exciting stream for today, guys. As you can see on my screen in front of me, I have got the browser console, sorry about that. I've got the monthly report here. This is the February monthly report. And as I do every month, I didn't do this actually last month, but as I do every month, at least before last month, and my headphones are about to die. I make a video. I make a summary of the monthly report, the best parts of it, what's the most interesting things everybody should know going forward, what's going on with Star Citizen, you know? And I constantly say it on my videos, on my streams, on Reddit, on Twitter, wherever people will listen to me, because God, I talk all the time, and sometimes, you know what, you just have enough of it. But wherever someone will listen, I always say, it is the monthly report. This is what tells us what's going on with the game. The roadmap constantly gets changed. ISC is showing us stuff from, you know, all over the place, but only stuff they have B-roll for. Star Citizen Live only comes from the teams that they have access to. Q&As on the Spectrum, again, only people who have access to Spectrum. This is literally the only place where the company can just put out a flat out message of what's actually going on from all around the company. So today, this is gonna be the first time I do this, so we're gonna try a couple different formats here we'll experiment a little bit. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to have my Chrome browser over here. I'm going to have my lovely little pocketbook of footage that I collect here from Inside Star Citizen episodes. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through the monthly report. I'll probably kind of skim it. You know, we're not going to read every single word, but we're going to go through. I've already gone through this and I'm working on the video for you guys this week. You should be seeing it probably by the end of the week. But until then, I wanted to do something a little more detailed. And once we get to something that I can show you guys or that I remember that they've shown us before, I'll try and find the footage for it and we can look at it, discuss it, talk about it. But this is kind of a new thing I want to try to bring people a little bit closer to the development, because these videos, these 10-minute videos, while I like making them and I think they help some people really like this in-depth stuff. So without further ado, let's let's jump in, yeah? You guys excited? I'm excited, but I'm gonna throw in something a little more relaxing. A little more ambient. There it is. Okay. Let me know if the music's too loud at all. Unfortunately, no death counter. We won't do this the whole time. We will probably jump in game once we're done. Maybe I expect this to take less than like 40 minutes, so we'll probably jump in game after that and do some mining. I have some money to make up from last week, so I'm good, Star. Thanks for asking. Appreciate you. Appreciate you coming. Okay, so the monthly report goes in alphabetical order, starting with all the different teams. And something that's good to remember when we're going through this, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll do you one better. Oh, nope. Oh, nope, nope, nope. That should be over here. I have a lot of windows open right now, as you can see from my little menu thing there. Whoops. That's what it's called when you only have one computer to do all this stuff on. It's not true. There's another one here, but the screen is very out of my line of sight. Okay, so what we're doing, jeez, not very good at this, huh? So now I'm gonna go to the roadmap. This will actually help us a little bit too. Oops. How do you spell roadmap? $65 watching. Remember to throw them a like. Thank you, Jazz. You guys are awesome when you say stuff like that. Like, you're looking out for the stream more than I am. Appreciated. Okay, so we're gonna have the monthly progress tracker open here as well. And what we're gonna do is when they mention a team, we'll make sure to actually find them on here so we can understand, hey, this is the team that's actually working on that. Here's what else they're working on. Because a lot of times when teams go on Calling All Devs, which is a show that happens every few Fridays, I would say, where they bring on a development team or they bring in an individual. Sometimes they say, hey, submit questions for this team, but then you don't really know what the team does. So it's good to remind yourself going through here every once in a while. But let's start with AI content. First thing in the alphabetical list. And they started by talking about the coffee shop vendor, which is a bit of a meme at this point for people. But we're dropping frames. Stop doing that, OBS. But it's important. So let's see if they have the vendor on here. Shops and patrons, no. This actually, yeah, so this is probably it. See, the task itself is called Shops and Patrons. But the release view is called the coffee stand, which everybody keeps talking about. Oh, we don't need coffee. Because, well, it's, you know, they think about what does it mean for this update in particular. But as you can see, they talk about how this is adding the vendor, what did they say? The vendor behavior. And if you go back to the progress tracker and you look at the vendor, then you start to get a better idea of what it actually means. And the fact that they name it Shops and Patrons, and then you see on here they talk about coffee stand, pizza bar, kiosks, and more, and you realize this is kind of like a setup for more than just coffee stands. I think they just probably named the card. They shouldn't have they should have named it just Shops and Patrons, but I guess they're only applying it to the coffee stand as a first test, so they wanted to call it that. But anyways, they're working on that, and they explain here that it's a minor extension to the bartender behaviors, which we saw a long time ago. I probably would not be able to find that if I tried. But we know that they've done stuff already. They brought in the bartender to kind of test out how AI would work in a shop scenario. This is just them expanding on it. They also did things like the wild lines for security, getting them to get better at reacting to players, right? So if you go into a weird spot or you're standing around not moving, they might be like, hey, you know, move along, get out of here. Not quite a hostile reaction, but maybe something that's a little more akin to what you might experience on Orison or something. What's up, Twidget? So they're working on very subtle AI things. The shop vendors, the wild lines, eating and drinking. Over here, they talk about going to... So this is something that was actually in the previous monthly report. They have vending machines that they're now bringing in. You guys see them all around space stations, cities, all these different places. They want to make these vending machines usable to AI. So that's what they've been working on the last 2 months. And now they've moved on to actually having NPCs that are trying to steal from the vendors. They get frustrated, they, you know, maybe they hit it or something. And I see, it looks like they have a screen that responds in that way too, so you can kind of see it from a distance that's going on. Not a big deal again. It's just more of a the stream keeps getting cut out for you? Oh yeah, look at that. We're dropping frame bitrate. I'm so surprised. We have stream problems. I wish I could tell you that I could do something to fix that, but at this point I can't. I'm raising the bitrate. That's probably going to make it worse though. So we'll see. I can't run a smooth stream, so I'm sorry. All right, yeah. I'm sorry if it's skipping. I can't do anything really. That's the way of the game now. Okay. So we've also got medical and worker behaviors. The team began creating proper documentation to allow the locations team to replicate the respawn vignette. So that's just the screen that pops up when you respawn. Okay, so that's AI content, right? Now there's 3 AI teams here, and it's actually, they don't have, is it 3 or is it 2? Might just be 2. I might be thinking about the features team. Features, gameplay, vehicles, yeah. So there are different teams with them though. There's AI content and AI tech. And usually what happens is AI tech will be working on things, you'll see. And eventually you'll start to see the things that they're working on in AI tech filter into AI content, because they take what tech does and then they form it into what can actually be usable in games. So now we'll go over AI tech. At least that's what I believe. I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor. So don't take my word for law. just try to open your mind a little bit, I guess. I could be wrong, but either way, this is what the AI team is working on at some point. So they talked a little bit about the planetary navigation, which is a huge deal. Tech feature content, right? So where's the feature team? There is a feature team that's usually on here, right? So I thought I was like making things up for a second. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about my bitrate. It's got to be an OBS thing. I'm gonna have to reinstall this software again, I guess. Sign up for his channel membership. Thank you for the shout out. People with channel memberships do get exclusive videos every month. Might be wondering why I haven't released a video in 2 weeks, because I've been making stuff for my supporters. Let's see. So besides the navigation mesh, which is a huge deal, they're also working on navigation links, which is kind of, we've actually seen that. I honestly don't think I have any footage on that. We've seen that kind of stuff back in the day. And they talk about here motion warping technology. So here they're talking about how they want to be able to align specific animations to the environments that they're in. And the example they use is a character's hand perfectly aligning on a rail asset while using motion warp tech to account for the required height. This is, you know, if somebody is, let's see, what did they say? Jump to a rail to climb up to a higher location. So like they need to be able to use the same exact animation you would if you were just climbing up a cliff, but stretch it out with your arm and change the timing so that it lines up and grabs at the right time. And we've seen this before, but again, I don't think I have the footage for it. It's pretty old. But they used to show us how they were using time warp technology for their animations when clambering over objects. And while that hasn't still been made systemic, I don't think. I think it kind of works some places. This looks like they are going back in and working on it again. AI tech and features merged. Okay, gotcha. Do I use a dedicated stream box? What do you mean by stream box? Like a separate computer for my stream? Because that is a yes. Moving on from the navigation links, they go to subsumption, which is so good. Subsumption's like one of those super boring things. In fact, they don't talk about it as much as I expect them to. Let me give you an example of what subsumption looks like. So this is their subsumption editor from, this is back in 2018, so it probably looks different. But subsumption is basically like the if this then that of NPCs, from what I understand. Again, I'm not a game developer. I don't do all this stuff. This is how I interpret it. But for me, it comes off as if this happens, figure this out in your logic and then do this. And you can kind of see that they have this here. I have several examples of all of this kind of stuff where they've shown throughout the years how they develop the way that NPCs decide on what to do. So over here, you can kind of see they have choose target, chase, break away, engage. So that's to give you an idea of what subsumption means. Yeah, I have a separate PC for the stream. So if we go back to what they were saying about subsumption, they say that the team added functionality for mission logic to branch, which is huge because missions are pretty boring right now. And it's going to be great to see if missions can actually branch based on what's happening in the systemic world, or happening systemically in the world. I think this probably means like maybe, well, actually, I'll get to that. The next line says they implemented a solution where mission logic can use NPC and entity tracking variables to listen to broadcasted systemic events from specific agents. So basically, they are giving the mission logic the ability to understand what's happening elsewhere. So say you're a cargo hauler, right? And you're always delivering cargo to and from a specific station. And then imagine if that station happens to be picked up for, I don't know, Invictus Week, right? So you're always cargo hauling. Yeah. It's just normal. Maybe you're delivering medical supplies. Yeah. But Invictus Week starts one week. You didn't know that, but you're also checking those prices on the route that you normally run. And you see suddenly that fireworks and distilled spirits have gone up in price. And so now maybe you want to get that instead. That sounds, what I'm describing sounds more like quantum, but I feel like this is working towards that. Not in the same system, but it feels like, the example I use in my video is I think this will lead to more counter missions. If anybody has played Tisha Pacheco's mission where you get drugs from a bunker, there's a counter mission that gets spawned that somebody can take if you take that mission. So I think that probably this is pointing more towards that than that first example I used, but I think they both kind of sit in that same section of gameplay. This is building a world that's going to be more reactive in the way that it gives you missions and tasks to do, which is one of the bigger reasons I wanted to be part of this game. The idea of having an economy or a mission system or just like all this stuff happening and being able to affect other things, if it's true, it's pretty dope. What's up, Holston? How you doing? All right, so the next bit that AI content did, this is a really exciting one. I love this. Dynamic conversations. And essentially, what this whole paragraph is telling us, or not this whole paragraph, rather, it stops right around here. What this is telling us is the idea that, hey, Jason, thanks for joining. The idea that NPCs will... Oof, excuse me. NPCs will be walking around, right, in the space stations like we expect, but when they run into each other, there is a chance that the game can cause them both to stop, acknowledge each other, have a conversation, and then it will feed them the specific conversation lines for that situation, for their location, for the character they're talking to. Actually, here they only say available to the characters. But I do believe this will be based on, you know, what they're wearing, what kind of job do they have, what do they do? You know, you're gonna have a different conversation talking to this guy as you are going to have talking to her, right? Or that you are going to be talking to him or this dude. So it's kind of, I think this is a pretty big deal. I don't think it's groundbreaking. I don't think, you know, this is the first time this has ever happened, but I do think it's going to be really, really good to build out some of that fiction. Sounds very RimWorld. I haven't played RimWorld. You just got home from work, Coop? Man, my workday's starting. Hope you have a good night. I think a member of the audio team expressed interest in voice synthesis. Could have AI voicing dynamic dialogue. That would be interesting, yeah. Dynamic dialogue, huh? And just real quick, here's the AI. Okay, yeah. I could have just read and understood AI tech and features were combined. So let's see. Here they were talking about dynamic conversations. Do we see this in here anywhere? Security behavior, we read that. Shops and patrons, subsumption editor, we read that. But I'm not seeing character work. No. Movement improvements. No, that's natural movement. There's all the navigation link stuff. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything about dynamic conversations. But after that, they talk about the trolley push and pull with NPCs, which will be good because we're going to need NPCs to load our ships with cargo at some point. All right, after that, they talked about breadcrumb stuff that wasn't really too interesting to me. We'll move on from there. On the ship side, though, they also worked on the ability for ships to land anywhere. This is the monthly report, yeah. What's up, Jeremy? Doing well, thank you. It's basically a breathing global world where factions and individual characters have individual breathing tasks. Okay, that's cool. How's it going, Figment? So, on the ship side, the ability to land anywhere for ships is also a pretty big deal. Now, I don't want to get too crazy with it. Obviously, I don't think this is going to immediately lead to this, but this is kind of on the same path as a spaceship or a dropship landing outside of that bunker that you're attacking and letting off reinforcements to ambush you when you leave. You know, imagine how much that would change. Imagine how much that would change the way that missions played out. That would be so good. So, yeah, not necessarily something that's definitely going to happen, but something that'll lead somewhere at some point. And let me double check. I do have some footage from way back in the day when they actually had... They were experimenting with this already. It's back in 2017, maybe 2018. And they were experimenting with ships being able to land on the ground. They were working on the splines and everything. I don't know if I have it saved. No, I think it's too old. But they dropped it, and I think the reason that they dropped it was because they simply didn't think that they would be able to handle the load for that. So this is another one of those things that probably isn't anywhere near close to being in game. They probably need server meshing for it, more optimizations, but they're working on it, which is nice. Let's see, NPC locomotion improvements. This is what we've been seeing here. Where is that? NPC movement improvements on the engineering side, finished up work in March. I would be very wary to be too excited about this, considering the only team they have on here working on it is engineering. Yeah, this is gonna be... Who knows when this is coming in, but it's in the monthly report, so it's going on. Generally, what I think of when I see these kinds of things going on in the monthly report is I just keep an eye out for them. Don't expect them to be in the next patch or even the next 2 patches, but keep an eye out for them, and sometimes you actually notice them getting in without being mentioned, especially the small AI things. What else was there? Anything else interesting in AI? Some more subsumption stuff, but not too much. Animation didn't really do much. They were just working on the vending machine, security, most of the stuff that we were already listening to at AI. And then we get on to art. Now, art's tough. Art is a hard section to go through because it is one of the most hyped sections in the whole monthly report. It's where you get to hear about cool new things first. But art's also one of the first things that happen. Well, not for everything, but for a lot of things, art isn't like the end. So you'll be seeing that something going through art and being finished, and you're like, oh, that's great. And then it's like, well, there's another, 8 months of engineering or design. I guess design's done, but there's 8 months of engineering to go into it. Hold your horses. Hold the phone, baby. But anyways, going into character art, you can see that we're getting a new subscriber flight suit for Q3. I thought that was kind of weird. But okay. And they worked on the frontier outfits for Pyro, working on that lore, the backdrop, the atmosphere of the new star system we're getting. They also created Ninetales themed variants. Something that... So let me show you what Ninetales looks like right now. I think I should have maybe some like video... Hold on, CIG's videos. Where are they? Where are they? CIG videos. There we go. And okay, so if we go to reputation here and look at the color scheme of Ninetales, you see that it's like, most of us know it, but it's like this like blue, like cyan blue. You can't really tell in this shot. I don't know if there's any better shots of Ninetales around here, but they're kind of like a cyan blue sort of color, and they do have a little bit of purple detail on them, but it's honestly, in my opinion, it's pretty dull. Now, let me show you what they originally showed us the concept art for Ninetales, what they were meant to look like. If you saw my reaction video last week to the episode, then you've already seen this because it's on the thumbnail, but this was the original concept art for Ninetales. And you can see they have the same colors, the kind of cyan blue, darker base, purple details, but this just looks so much nicer in my opinion. Hey, Figment, thank you so much for gifting out that sub. Why didn't I not hear the alert for that? I don't know what's going on with my bitrate, guys. I never know what's going on with my bitrate. I don't understand why this happens. I don't. If there was one wish I could have answered in my life, it would be to just make sure I'd never have another technological freaking problem again. That wouldn't be my wish, but I'd love that. Figment, thanks for gifting out that sub, though. Appreciate it. Okay. On the other side of character art, they also worked on a salvage specialist backpack, which is pretty cool. Probably going to be something used, obviously, specifically for salvage, but I think maybe it will have some form of just taking in hull scrapings straight from your salvage tool, perhaps. Maybe it connects to that. Not really sure. Moving on to ships, we got the Hull A. The Hull A, baby. I've actually probably got some shots of the Hull A here. Yeah, so this is the Hull A. This is going to be our first truly industrial cargo hauling ship. This took forever. This animation that you're seeing, this is like... I mean, it's not really the animation that was difficult. It was the fact that they needed to figure out a way to... So, when you're hauling cargo, your ship looks like this. You have crates out here that are sitting in a physics grid connected to your ship that are affected via that physics grid in a specific way. But they also needed to figure out a way to collapse that physics grid, fold it up, and put it inside of the ship so that it can be transported like this. That also includes obviously being able to move any of the cargo that's on there, or make sure the cargo didn't move, whatever the complications may be. It was a huge amount of work to get the physics grids to work with these ships, which is why I think a lot of people saw the Hull C a while ago, 2016, 2017, 2018, and while it felt like it was finished, they just couldn't get the tech working. So the fact that we're now looking at the Hull A, the Hull C, the cargo refactor all in the same year now, kind of point towards just another one of those big tech hurdles that they couldn't figure out might be getting figured out this year. We don't know for sure, but it could be. I will get to the progress tracker, but for now we are just doing the monthly reports. I do not have a discount referral for Game Glass, sorry. Chris Roberts was working on the physics grids. Yeah, that's right. He's also working on the ability to wear layers of clothing, right? I believe that's something he was working on. All right, next up here is the RSI Scorpius. Oh, the Scorpius. What a beautiful, beautiful ship. I really, really like the look of the Scorpius. But where are my video clips of it? None of them are here. Let me check my other folder. Scorpius, where are you? Yeah, no, not seeing it. I think maybe they got saved to the wrong place or never got saved. That's really weird. Well, let me pull up a concept art just so you know what we're looking at, what we're talking about. That's rather annoying. And now I can't find any concept art of the Scorpius. Perfect. Scorpius. There we go. Okay, so this is the Scorpius. It is a competitor to the Hurricane, as it has, I think, 4 guns, 8 missiles, and a turret for a gunner. Let's see if we could see that turret. There we go. So here's the turret right here. And it can actually scroll up, rotate over, and come on the top of the ship, as you can see up here. Or it can come back to the back of the ship and defend from the back. So it's a pretty cool ship. Small fighter, 2 people. Got a lot of firepower on it. Got a lot of really freaking cool looks. This is like one of the coolest. I wish it was clearer, honestly, this upper Scorpius. This is one of the coolest looks I've ever seen for a ship. If this ship was closed winged at all times, I would still be in love. I love this thing. Looks nothing like an X-Wing. All right, I keep saying this. This, I feel like it reminds me more of this. This is what I've always... I don't know. This is the first thing that came to mind when I saw it. And I think that was what really made me fall in love with it, because I freaking love this game. But yeah, it always made me think of the R-Wing. X-Wing, R-Wing, whatever it's going to be. I love it. I do think it looks like the X-Wing from the front, but then when you look at it from the side, it looks a little different. After that, this is the Scorpius. We move on to the Banu Merchantman. This is a very highly anticipated ship. It is a beautiful ship. It is a ship that I should actually have B-roll for. If the world will be good to me today. Let's see. Come on. Here's some white box of the inside of the Banu, but I'm trying to find some outside shots for you. It's a beautiful freaking ship. It's actually the first... I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's the first large size ship that we're getting from another species. Oops. So it's going to be the first chance for them to really flex their art muscles and show us something that's a little out of the norm. And as you can see from this interior and the other shots I'm about to show you, whenever I can find the right folder, there's a lot going on with this ship. Here's the outside, give you some idea of the materials they're using. Here's some concept art from the interior, obviously very exotic, a lot of different shapes, quite organic, different lighting styles than what we're used to. They've made the Banu, the merchantman, or sorry, the defender. They've made the Jian Kartu All. They've made plenty of Vandal ships, but they've never really had the chance to like go full out on a ship interior with alien styling. And yeah, I think it's very exciting to see what they do with it. A lot of people are looking forward to it. I'm not convinced on the gameplay, but I do think that what we get from this ship is probably going to be the pinnacle of in-game ship design up until that point. I've never been into the Banu Merchantman, honestly. I've never cared about it. I think it's a very interesting ship. I've never wanted it. I've never sought after it. I've never even really looked at it that much. But I will say this, it is one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in a game, at least from a design standpoint. Haven't seen it in a game yet. And then finally, there are 2 unannounced vehicles that are approaching Greybox and Final Art, with the latter receiving LODs and receiving final light tints and damage passes. So if you go back to the Misk Hull A and the Scorpius, both of those also say that they're getting their damage passes and LODs, which means there is a chance that one of these unknown ships is at the same stage as the Hull A and the Scorpius, which are planned for the 317 update branch. So we could be seeing a 3rd ship in the next 2 updates. Don't put your, don't focus on that entirely, but there is an unannounced ship that's at the same stage as the Hull A and the Scorpius. Thank you, Paul. You're gonna use your Hull A as a little explorer. Dang, what are you gonna be taking back from your expeditions? I appreciate the €2. Thank you so much. And then, let's see. So, unannounced vehicles. Also, keep in mind, it says unannounced vehicles, not ships. They actually specify a lot of the times between ships and vehicles. So, one of these could be a ground vehicle of some sort. In the US, the team spent most of their time finishing out the Drake Vulture. The old Drake Vulture. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I got a Drake Vulture here for you guys. Oh, look at all these Banu Merchantman videos. Oh my gosh. Why did I miss all of this before? It's like all the fancy stuff too. You can see how big it grew from what it used to be and what it is now. We're not talking about that anymore. Oh, crap. I just closed that. Oops. Jeez, I'm just terrible at typing in roadmap, huh? Okay. What was I looking for? The Vulture. I know I've got a shot at that. I've used it in our videos. This is not... Oh, there we go. So here's the exterior of the Vulture. Salvaging ship. This is going to be our first ship that can do active salvaging. Another gameplay mechanic that has been on the back burner for a while, despite us being told we would be having it very often. This one is probably going to be coming this summer. And while art seems to be going well and all of that stuff, we do need to wait and see if the tech manages to keep up and we actually get salvaging. We'll also hear a lot more about salvaging actually in the future of this monthly report as they talk about how it's actually going to work, which is pretty interesting. They're also working on a quality bar for the Drake Corsair, which is another one that we really love and we really want to see this year. Not one that I'm sure we'll get this year, but it looks like it's on track. It looks like it's on time. And I should have... Oh, there's all my Vulture videos. I just keep finding the videos of ships after I need them. I don't see the Corsair here. There it is. This is the Corsair. This one is... Ooh, people are really looking forward to this one. I think this one's going to be... This one is going to be similar to the MSR in that it's a great daily driver for 2 to 3 people. But I do think this will probably be better designed. They've gotten a lot better at their designs, even since the MSR, which is just like 2 years ago. So yeah, there's a lot of ships going well. And honestly, that's why if you missed it, I released a video yesterday pointing out Gameranx, how they are saying that that Star Citizen is selling all these ships and you can't fly them. And I'm like, dude, that is not the problem that CIG has. If anything, they're great at putting ships in the game. It's like the outside community, the rest of the gaming community is so behind on what the actual problems with Star Citizen are right now. They still think that we're worried about freaking ships not being flyable. Like, come on. Taryn, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Going towards pizza, as you know. This song is called Digital Dreams. I got it on Artlist, my royalty-free music provider. On to the weapons. Ooh, we love some weapons. The weapons team is confusing because they also do tools. It's not just weapons. But they have been working on the fire extinguisher, which it seems I didn't save the picture of. That's weird. I always save the picture. Nope, I don't have it. Hold on 1 second. Wait for it. I know I've got it here somewhere. There we are. All right, so this is what they're talking about there. The fire extinguisher. Believe it or not, yes, you will have the option of using a fire extinguisher in this game. You wouldn't think it would be that useful, but fire is a big deal. Like, space sucks, right? Space is dangerous. It's unfriendly. It doesn't like us. We kind of like it, but it's, it's kind of an abusive relationship. Overall, though, space is not a great place for humans, and fire makes it much, much worse. CIG is definitely capitalizing on that idea. So let me pull up here. We've got... I don't know where I even saved these clips. So, yeah. So here we see that a fire can break out on your ship through damage from the exterior, getting shot, through one of your components going bad, from you not replacing your relays enough, to somebody coming on board and literally starting a fire. But it can catch in your ship. It can burn through different materials. It can create smoke. It can decrease the amount of oxygen in the room. It can actually be pretty bad. And that doesn't end there either. Obviously, for those of you who have played games for a while, and gotten the chance to play the Far Cry series, you know that fire has always been a very easy way to cut off locations, to kill people, to scare people. And I very much imagine that the foliage, the trees, the grass, and probably even outposts, maybe outposts in this game will be able to catch on fire as well. As you can see, it will be everywhere, and you will have times where you need to stop it. They love their puzzles in this game, and I 100% believe that they will make fires something that you have to get past in order to get into a derelict, or get into a ruin, or get into a ship. So yeah, that kind of stuff's important, and it might be worth having a fire extinguisher with you. Ba-bow! See, I heard that. I did hear that. Sigelian gave us the raid! My man! Give that dog a shout out, dude. It's been a little while, Sigelian. How have you been, dude? You playing some Ultima today? Is it a Monday? Are you gonna have to dip out real quick? Or you got some time to chat? We're going over some monthly report stuff. It's good fun. Guys, if you haven't already, check out Sigelian. The link is in chat, YouTube and Twitch. Please, see the guy. See his stream. He's a lot of fun. Really cool person, holds down an awesome stream. It's very solid and it's a great community. A lot of really friendly people there. Go check it out. Maybe give him a follow. Possibly a sub. They also improved iron sights, actually, believe it or not. That's like a, not really one that you'd think of, but they improved all the iron sights on all guns. I'm not sure how big of an improvement it is, but it does say that they'll be easier to use now. Did some Ultima, gotta go to work. Star Wars Galaxies this evening, that's cool. That's awesome, I was just talking about that with, well, Ferrister and Morph now. That is a game, maybe I should look into that. You have a great day, dude. Enjoy your work. Thanks so much for the raid. I'll see you around. All right. Not all fires can be extinguished by evacuating the air. Yeah, true, true. These fires could be caused by something else. They could be burning off of something else. And to be quite honest, you might not be able to evacuate the air in your ship. Like, you could maybe kill someone if you do that. Maybe you would lose all of your stuff on the wall. Maybe you'd lose furniture. Like, you gotta be careful. Did I just get another... Ah, follower, thank you. Progress tracker shows the refinery feature is complete by the EU-PU team and a narrative. I wonder what are the features it needs before it is implemented in the PU. The progress tracker could be wrong. Unfortunately, that's just how it be. It might still need more work and they just haven't updated it yet, but yeah, it could need something else. Maybe the tool needs to be finished. The room system will allow you to put out a fire by opening a hatch. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough. I think if that were the case, they wouldn't be building a fire extinguisher. 07's Maiden. How you doing, Ariana? How is our most likely to one baby? Hollywood voice. Get out of here. I'm doing well, thank you. Let's see. Stuff and crew can be replaced. The ship can be replaced, baby. Ditch the ship. Let's move on. Oh, currently wrapping up final art on the salvage tool. So, there's the answer to that question. It's probably not the art. This is all community stuff, generally just catching up on the last month. There's actually a lot of stuff that happened in February, so that's cool. I have no idea when we can expect the PTU. On to the engine section. This is the part that I am worst at, so I'm not going to go too crazy about this. But good to hear they worked on soft bodies. Nice. No, but really, they worked on soft bodies, and apparently they increased the stepping rate of those soft bodies to 120 hertz, because, you know, love those vibrating soft bodies. Work continued on general physics optimization, something that people are always asking for, yet never seem to care that it's on the monthly report. Probably because it doesn't actually get that much better over time. And then they talk about the renderer, Gen 12 rendering. I'll just read this directly from the report, because this is going to be... I can't elaborate on this that much. The rendering of brushes into G buffers is now enabled by default. Support for transient vertex and constant buffers were added, and viewpoint handling and graphics passes were improved. Tint support was added for massively instanced objects as well as render proxies. Further progress was made on porting hardware HW skinning to Gen 12. I'm just going to skip the rest of it because it's a lot. I don't know what this first paragraph means, but the next one talks about how atmosphere and cloud rendering have been getting ported over to Gen 12, which is pretty good. Cloud rendering, I think, would be really good to get into a situation to use more GPU, even though it does use a lot of GPU already. But I do think that this is going to be a good move. And they also talk about how after this is done, we'll get passes on the atmosphere, clouds, ground fog, and terrain shadows. Shadows are a big one. Again, this is me speculating, but shadows are, I think, one of the bigger problems that when it comes to rendering in this game. They've actually talked about how all the lights on the ships are really bad. Yeah, stop. Mocking the coffee vendor. God. We went over that. Anyways. Sorry, I had a moment. The shadows are bad. They talk about how the ships don't have powerful lights on the front of the ships, specifically because that requires them to have huge draw distances for the shadows, for the visibility that's created per player, and rendering that for everybody ends up causing a lot of problems in the rendering process. So I think moving shadows more towards the GPU could end up having an actually really big effect. But we don't know that yet. They do, however, talk about further on in here. Where do they talk about it? No, I think it might be coming up later. Yeah, that'll be coming up later. Oh no, Chris, I know you're being serious. With the introduction of entity-centric component updates last month. I don't know what this means. I was gonna say, I don't know how important this is, but I actually just don't know what this means. They do talk about, where is it? The Linux DGS, which is, I feel like that's like, even if I don't know what it means, it hits me like it's a buzzword. Like, oh my God, Linux. Yeah, no, I know what you're being serious, Chris. We were talking about the coffee stuff up here. That's why, like, we spent like 10 minutes on it. Talked about why it was important, all that jazz. But yeah, honestly, I can't tell much about the engine section, at least not off the top of my head. But they do say that these changes, they'll be monitoring the gains once live in the PU and are confident they will help with server performance. So let's keep an eye out for that. I don't know when that'll be, 317 or 318. Oh no, I know what the DGS is. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what optimizations in the deactivation of the thread safety around function static variables on the DGS is. Throughout February, now we're on to features. Features are good fun. So the use, okay, this is where they talk about the salvage gameplay, which I guess is it's a pretty big deal, right? That was like one of the top things on the wish list for the last 3 years. In fact, let me show you guys just how much we've been wanting salvage and just how much it has been evading us. Look at this picture I found. Somebody was so kind as to wrap it all up. Check this out. I put this on my recent supporter, my exclusive video. So, first time that salvage got on the roadmap was 2016. They told us it'd be in 3.2. It wasn't. Well, it was planned for 3.2, but then it got moved to 3.3. As you can see, it was down here in 3.3, before then being moved to 3.5, which then had it being canceled and moved to 3.8, which then saw it canceled and moved to 3.10, which then had it moved to 4.0 before we realized 4.0 wasn't going to happen, so they then moved it to 3.15. However, at that point, it got delayed to 3.16. Oh, God. And after that, it was moved on to Q1 of 2022 to receive work, which is now what we're seeing. Q1 of 2022. So salvage is obviously a joke in the community. It's something that we've been basically getting bamboozled on for years, whether because we're just completely clueless on how the specific background and prerequisites that were needed for it to work. I understood the first couple of delays because I can imagine they tried to figure it out. Maybe, hey, you know what? We need better performance. We need better resource management. Item 2.0 needs to be better along, all that kind of stuff. But I don't know what all these other delays were. They were just, this was bad. This was not good. They really, after 3.3, probably should have just not put it back on the roadmap until they knew what was going on. But now, the difference from all of those delays until now, right? We've seen salvage not get into the game. It's become a meme. It's become a joke, but it has never been on the monthly report. Not like this. So here's how they talk about it. Currently, the way that it works, the multi-tool which will have a salvage attachment, will be used to salvage material from physical parts with damage maps and reapply the material to repair them. Pretty simple. Well, sorry, not simple. I mean simple in the idea. You can put stuff on, you can take it off. Makes sense. Work also began on a dedicated salvage and repair tool that will offer better stats compared to the multi-tool attachment. We actually got a video last year that showed us a lot of these tools that they're working on. The weird part is we didn't get any sort of look at the salvage tool, but that's the first one that we're getting. So here's another one that we saw. This is the tractor beam tool. Everybody knows we have a multi-tool tractor beam that you can attach to your multi-tool. It can do some stuff. It's pretty powerful. This will be a much more powerful version of that same tractor beam in a standalone, in its own sort of standalone thingy. And what you can see here, I believe I have it saved. They actually had it so far along. They had it in white box, right? So you can see white box display, and then I believe I got here somewhere. Yeah, you can see they already had animations working on this thing. So, you know, they were working on the tractor beam, but clearly the salvage tool ended up being something that they wanted to get done more quickly. So they did not move forward with this and instead pivoted, I think, to work on something that would have helped the game out a little bit more. And if I can find here somewhere else, I should have a video of the damage map that they're talking about. Crap, I might not be able to find this. Bear with me. Bear with me. Is it an engine? No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to find this one. But there is a video that I have, and it will be in the video I put out this week for the monthly report. Because normally, so this is how my video editing process goes, actually. You guys are seeing it in real time. I see what's written down. I go into my archive of videos. I find the correct video, and then I put it in the video editing software. That's why these videos take me so long, because I spend most of my time looking for the video clips. Unfortunately, though, I don't think... Let me see if I can search here real quick. No. Nope. I'm sure somebody knows what I'm talking about, though. I really want to find this. Would it be an effect? Hey, Butcher, dropping a $20 super chat. Dropping in to say, what's up at 45-minute drive to your next job. Thanks for the stream. No problem. I hope you can listen to this and make the drive a little bit better. Thank you so much for the support. It goes a long way. It goes a very long way. I know it sounds like a buzz phrase, but every dollar actually helps us a lot. But no, I don't think I'm going to be able to find this damage mapping. It's actually a really good video. It shows kind of their goal for how damage was going to work way back in the day, that they still haven't quite reached, but I think it's what they're going for now. You know what? You guys can help me with this. Search with me. Let's find this clip together. All right. So maybe it's an effect? No. I thought it might be an art, but it wasn't there. Maybe vehicles. Wow, this is a very tall window. There we go. All right, so it might be in here. If you see a picture of a Gladius, let me know. Oh, here's those Ninetales color schemes I was talking about earlier, by the way. See, it's kind of bluish green. Will it be able to pick up multiple items at once? I don't think so, no. That'd be cool. Still want to hire the Oompa Loompas to load and unload my cargo. I've only been counting my deaths since January 23rd, I believe. So it's been a little over a month. I know I have this clip. I know I have this clip somewhere. And I know it's going to be worth finding. The problem is all of my stuff is stored on a network attached storage device, so I can't search. You can't search stuff if they're network attached. Yeah, they have to be local. I thought it would have been in here. All right, guys, I don't think this is gonna happen. You're gonna have to watch the video on Friday to, to see this specific clip, but it is a good clip and I will have it on there for sure. Let's get back to it though. All right. Where are we? On the technical side, the team looked into improving movement synchronization when viewing other players. Hey, yo, can we get a round of applause, please? I'd like to continue reading this line just so it really sinks in. The priority is always to tackle complete desync bugs where a player doesn't appear at all in the correct place. Though this work involves improving how other players appear on a client screen. It's desync. Yes, they're working on desync, folks. This is literally like, you know, you hear about this so much. Oh God, please fix the performance, fix the desync. It doesn't necessarily mean it's actually going to happen, but at least they're, I mean, if you want to be as cynical as possible, at least they're pretending to work on it, right? But I do think that they're actually putting an effort to try to minimize these problems. Needs to store his stuff in SharePoint and tag the videos with metadata so he can find stuff on the fly. That would be great. How much does SharePoint gonna charge me? Because web-based collaborative platform integrates Microsoft Office. Product is highly configurable. Oh. I actually already do tag stuff. So here's my current solution. I have this software called Free File Sync. I'm not going to let you look at my file. Stop. Stop looking at my file paths. Anyways, so this is my synchronization. I haven't run it in a while, which is why I can't find my video. But what this does is it keeps my footage folder synced between my local drive and my NAS. And I name all the stuff with tags. But yeah, I'm actually considering developing a software for myself or hiring someone to build a software, because I think a lot of YouTubers could benefit from having a way to easily save and tag their footage. But I'll look at that SharePoint, thank you. The 20 bucks, yeah, from Butcher. Yeah, I mentioned it. Okay, let's see. So continuing on what they were talking about the desync, they said the team are aiming to achieve improved fidelity without increased latency, and last month saw locally simulated characters reliably playing locomotion stop animations. You guys seen what it looks like when you stop walking, right? Let me act it out for you. So you're walking, your NPC's walking, and they're like, all right, so the way they walk is like this. And then when you stop, they just go. So the fact that they're gonna work on that animation would be great, because God, if you've ever tried to take a video of somebody walking in this game, look like they've got poop running down their leg or something. You put the link to the Gladius clip in chat. Thank you, appreciate it. SharePoint's about 420 euros per month. Yay! Another service. Thank you for the $5, Timble. I appreciate it. Tomato seed money. We gotta keep planting, man. The garden grows. I edit videos all the time, and using tags and notes in the video files is super important. How do you do it, Captain Smith? Do you just tag in your file name? That's what I've been doing, but a better way to search for them would be much appreciated. When you get that large video library, it's just a process to find a file. It is, yeah. I would really love to develop my own software for that, because there's a lot of little features that I'd like in there. Let's see. I don't know how the puppy's doing, unfortunately. I have no contact with my dog anymore. I hope he's good, but I don't get updates. I don't get to see him. I don't know how big he is, what he's eating, how he's doing. Yeah, generally try not to think about it till I can go back. Moving on to features gameplay, the EUPU team continued. By the way, you can help me fund my trip back. There's a goal up there in the top corner. We're trying to get enough subs to at least pay off half of one of the tickets, because this is our only income. This is the only money my family ever receives, and we are trying to fly back to Turkey to see our family, which costs us $3,500, which is more than we make in a month. So any support leading up to that is super appreciated. I don't like to do that, but it is it would help a lot. Features in gameplay, the EUPU team continued their polish work and integration tasks for refueling, which is launching in Alpha 3.17. Believe it or not, hold the freaking phone, because I actually just this morning saw somebody say that 3.17 has no content in it. Like we're finally receiving a profession in game. How long have we been asking? Am I lagging? Oh, you keep all of the files in the library in Premiere? Are those files saved locally or in a NAS? Anyways, I'm sorry. So, what is wrong with the YouTube stream? Like, seriously, what is the deal? It's constantly loading on my side. I have no idea why. Let me lower the bitrate again and see if that works. Okay. This blows my mind. Now, I understand that refueling isn't a game loop. Maybe it's just a mechanic. That's fine. But anybody who's been in the Star Citizen community for more than 2 years recognizes that the number one thing people have been asking for so long has been game loops. Game loops. Game loops. Stop adding planets. Stop adding ships. Stop adding things that don't matter. We need more game loops. We need more things to do. We need more gameplay. Stop adding this stuff. We're finally seeing refueling added in the next patch, and people are actually saying that it's an empty patch. Now, I'll be the first to admit that refueling itself is not going to be that interesting, just because how many people are actually going to refuel? You're going to have more people trying to refuel than people who need fuel. But I'm starting to notice this more and more. I think it's this year, this particular wave, this trough we've hit, because we have these troughs all the time. This one really feels like it is centered so hard around server meshing that everybody's missing everything else that's going on. I mean, yeah, we're getting refueling next patch. And, you know, like I said, it's not a big deal, but it's something. It's going to bring some new gameplay to people. It's also going to make a big difference for people who are bounty hunting. You know, you're out at the moons doing bounty hunts. You can now have someone in a Starfarer who's hanging out nearby who can refuel you, so you don't have to go back to the station in between all of your fights. You also have people who are flying around holding down Jump Town. You know, they were flying patrol on Jump Town for hours because they were raking in a lot of money as an org, but they had to go and keep refueling. Again, this is a chance for people to have a Starfarer out there, so that doesn't have to happen. It's not going to affect everyone. Like, this isn't going to make a huge deal for every single person in the game, but this is still the additions to the game that people have been asking for. So it's just weird to see those kind of complaints, but this is kind of the early development of it we're looking at right now. Sorry, I gotta find my other... There we go. So that's the earliest development of it that we saw. And then what I've got here somewhere... And this is just kind of showing you the process that they go through making it. So here there's no detail, it's not in space, it's all in the editor. It's all a little bit different than what you would expect. Doesn't look finished at all. What I'm about to pull up here, though, is something that's a little more complete. So you can see here, you've got, when you run out of fuel, you get a warning. You get sad. And then, where is that other video? Man, I really need to transfer all of this stuff over to my internal. So here's what it looks like when you're fueling and you fill it up too much. You can actually fuel too fast. Every profession that comes into the game, from the medical profession, which allows you to overdose somebody and makes it much harder for them to do anything, to the let's see, mining, to the mining profession, where you can blow up rocks and blow yourself up if you overcharge a rock too much. And now to the refueling profession, where if you pump too fast, too much, you lose fuel into space and you lose money. All of these different game professions that they do, and probably continued on from here, continuously make consequences for not being good at what you're trying to do. And I love that. That is like one of the main reasons I always wanted to play this game. Are all ships able to refuel? I don't know. I don't know if it's been confirmed or not. That's what I was wondering as well. Not much use for refueling. We gotta wait for pyro and more to come. I think that's incorrect for a small group of people. I do think that everybody will benefit from refueling more when we get pyro, but I do think that there are a lot of people in the game right now who will see a pretty big benefit from refueling. Fuel is nice. We'll keep folks from getting stranded, but if we can't rear as well, it's just making sure you don't get stranded. If we can't rearm. Ah, gotcha. Well, that's why you only travel with the lasers. Love how we have to use mining lasers for PvP and medical overdose. Yeah. I tried to take out an Idris with the mining laser. It didn't go well. You play this game for 7 years and never run out of fuel? I have definitely run out of fuel. Oh god, I've run out of fuel at the worst freaking times. That's what it'll help too, miners. I didn't even think about that. Every time I've run out of fuel, it's while I was mining. I'm gonna love it. I mean, I don't know. If you're in an org, like if you play multiplayer already, refueling seems like a very good addition for you. Because now you will always have somebody in your organization who wants to go out refueling other people. You're always gonna have fuel nearby. Seems like a good thing to me. Where's the other fuel clips though? This is the problem with not having a way to tag all this stuff. But you kind of got an idea. In fact, actually, let me show you the UI, because the UI is one of the most impressive parts of this new edition. The readability, the design, the way that they've taken the normal kind of aspects of the game process and put it into an actually good-looking design, finally seems like they're really hitting it off with building blocks. It finally feels like it's working. And this is still early too. You know, what is the star map going to look like? Hopefully better. All ships can refuel as per the original concept of rearmament fuel, but some ships have dedicated refuel ports. Some need to dock with the ship to share fuel. The dock share method is the OG way. I kind of more meant like if we were going to see all ships able to refuel in the first implementation. Never ran out of fuel even mining. That's good. Just hope they get Squadron 42 so they can stop limiting PU specific development. Oh, it'll still be limited. They'll just start working on the next version, the next episode of Squadron. Nothing wrong with the star map. It's working as intended. It's meant to make you want to self-destruct your ship. They did a good job with it then, huh? Star, thank you so much for the sub. Actually, Nikila, you gave out 5 subs. I'm so sorry I missed that. Abdiwak also resubbed. Said what's up to chat. I need to like raise the volume of these. Hold on a second. Stream Elements is killing me. I need to raise the freaking... Because I can't hear these alerts. They come through and they do all these things and I'm sitting here ignoring you guys. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I appreciate you all on Twitch though. You're awesome with the subs. I wish YouTube allowed that kind of stuff. They're working on it. Let's see. Just turn up the volume here. If you ever wanted to see what it looks like when you're trying to make alerts in a stream, this is the boringness of it. In fact, I'm actually not very good at this. I'm pretty sure the volume is actually up. Nope, there we go. 100%, baby. Come on. Help me out here. Here we go. Now I can hear you guys. Tips. Cheers. Hosts. Raids. Okay. Some live maintenance. Sorry about that. Love seeing background stuff. Well, glad you mentioned. I release behind the scenes videos to my supporters every month. Sorry, I'm a shill. I'm a shill for my business. Isn't Stream Elements a stolen copy that did make more popularity than the original? Stream Elements is a stolen copy of what? You might be thinking of Streamlabs. Not necessarily a stolen copy. The software that they use is open source. Streamlabs did indeed take that open source software though, and they used the name when they weren't supposed to, the OBS name. But no, Stream Elements isn't actually is not the same thing as Streamlabs. Stream Elements is a plugin for OBS. It actually is not its own software. It's just an overlay on top of the existing software, kind of. Well, I guess that's kind of what Streamlabs is, but it's a little different. Everything's so close. Why do we need refuel? Because we run out of fuel? I mean, you know, why do we need scanning? You can basically fly to everything. We're going to need it at some point, and it's better to be in the game now than later. But also, people run out of fuel all the time. It's really important to remember with this game, as we move forward, I think, more and more people are going to be real diverse in the way they play the game. And certain people are going to benefit from things more than others. And a lot of times, we're probably going to forget that there are other types of gameplay that would make use of these features that we would never touch. When do you think your next long format video will be out on Patreon? That'll be next week. I do them every 2 weeks. Refueling doesn't seem all that useful in a system like Stanton. Could be more useful in more desolate and criminal systems. That is absolutely true. It will be more useful in desolate and criminal systems. Daymar Rally is a good place for refueling. Yeah, Daymar Rally will really get a lot of help from refueling. As for the star map, they plan to implement a similar star map as we have on the website, the ARC map. Yeah, they've talked about that in the past before. Exploration definitely leads to running out of fuel. That is 100% true. Trying to find caves manually or derelicts manually or rocks manually for people who aren't as good as other people, the refueling helps. Please restart the stream. You're here now. Instead, how about we get back to the stream topic, which is the monthly report. So we haven't really been talking about that much. So the EUPU, I think this is what we were mentioning. They finished up their tasks on refueling. I'm going to make a video about why we should get refueling. It seems a lot of people are a little hesitant about refueling being needed. I guess, no. more necessary, I think, is a video about the difference between development-focused progress and game-focused progress. We talked about this, me and Ferrister talked about this on the podcast recently, but the idea that a lot of people look at this game and look at the things that are added and in terms of what can it do for the game in that specific patch, as opposed to what can it do in the following patches, which is kind of Star Citizen CIG's own fault, because they constantly try and sell the game as a game that you should play right now, as opposed to a project that you should be looking forward to in the future. So, good job, CIG. Any core gameplay coming in is a big thing. They tend to add too much fluff or back-end stuff. That's what I'm talking about, Bombkata. All we've been hearing for years is, add more core gameplay! And then now they're adding more core gameplay, and people are like, it doesn't seem useful! Well, I guess don't add core gameplay then? I don't know. Yeah, light ships do have fuel scoops. That'll go away. You're on the hunt for the Pico Cave? That's pretty cool. Yeah, Feathers agreed. I mean, there's gonna be complaints all the time. So, moving on to features in vehicles. The feature team focused on technical initiatives for future releases throughout February, including the transit system, which has to be remade for server meshing. This is actually a pretty cool one. This, I guess, tells us a little bit more about server meshing, in that the transit system was initially made so that it could, let's see. It was initially made so that it was running even while nobody was around, but now that they're building in server meshing, they have to create a way for it to stream out of the game and be inactive until somebody shows up, which we've seen corroborated in the way that they explain server meshing. So this is kind of us seeing an active application of how everybody in the company has to redo their features in order to accommodate server meshing. Part of why I think it's taken so long, and they're still not sure about when it's going to come. You know, they always tell us the release date isn't it 2050 or something? What is the date they say to answer the call? The last time they said that was 2016, I think. Maybe? Improvements were also made to restricted areas. Oh, my favorite. Which involved reworking tools for the level designers to create restricted areas faster and faster. I'm hoping restricted areas... Oh, gotcha. Bombkata. I'm hoping restricted areas is referring to like an Orison, where in places where there are already closed doors, instead of being closed doors, now there will be a security guard, and you could sneak past them if you try. Seems more interesting, because they do then go on to say that this will result in functional changes for players. Oh, excuse me. That it will result in functional changes for players. So once they can elaborate on that, maybe we can learn more. But until then, I don't know what that means exactly. All right, on to graphics. This is the cool part where they talk a little bit about Gen 12. So, reading it straight from the page, they continued their push on the Gen 12 renderer with a large portion of scene rendering enabled in the main branch. While this doesn't have all the optimizations yet, it's a crucial first step in seeing significant performance improvements. I think... Let's pull something up real quick. Space to mate up. Actually, no. No. We go to the official channel for this. I hate how the official channel doesn't even show up here. Like, I have to scroll down to find it. Why you do this? I just like to go back to here. Where are we going? Hey, Uri, dude. I saw you hop in here earlier. How you doing, man? Appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you for the support. People complain when features are delayed and they complain when features are released. I'm seeing things haven't changed that much. Just hoping for a minute. Will I work? Will you work? Well, I would assume so. You sent it twice, man. But yeah, it's true. I mean, there'll be complaints no matter what. No point in losing it over that. So here they talk about... Okay, so first milestone is Gen 12 with DirectX 11. All right, so that's what we're looking for. I was trying to remember if they said anything about the main render thread. Nothing big yet, but it sounds like this is a good first step. Well, not first step, but a good milestone to meet in the lead up to the milestone. The milestone? What is this, like a yard stone? Kilometer stone, maybe? We'll go with that. It's a kilometer stone. Both the graphics and VFX programming teams focused on improving the damage map system for the salvage and repair mechanics. Once again. Oh, while you work. Hopping in for a minute while you work. I got you. How's your day been, Uri? Actually, how have you been, man? It's been a little while. How's the game treating you? They also continued making the shader authoring process more modular. Hey, Reese. Thanks for gifting out that sub to Ariana. Much appreciated. Ariana, you know how it goes. Access to exclusive videos, access to the Discord server. Enjoy the sub club. And thanks for getting that raffle started for everybody as well. DX12 is very basic and should come sooner than the Crusader Clouds. The Crusader Clouds are already in the game. You mean the clouds on all the other planets? I bet if you told the networking engineers if DX12 was basic, they probably have some words for you. Let's see. The team also continued making the shader authoring process more modular, developing the fire hazard system, and improving the auto test system to ensure they don't introduce instability to the rest of the development team. The auto test system was something that they were working on in the November and December monthly report, if you are interested, in fact. Let me go ahead and believe it was here. Yeah. Feature test maps are a new autonomous testing process that run each day and print out reports. They're seeing this as a very big deal because it'll allow them to test out for bugs much more quickly, systemically in the AI, rather than waiting for things to actually happen. So I guess that's what they're talking about here. That the graphics and VFX team is now working on it. It's cool. It's I always enjoy seeing things pop up more often than not, or multiple times in monthly reports. DX12 is not Gen 12. They are using Vulkan and not implementing Gen 12. They aren't building in Gen 12, but they are working on it. From, what they're saying, right? If I'm not mistaken, they literally just said that they're moving the main thread over there. At least that's what I thought they were talking about. Gen 12 with... Oh, DirectX 11. You're right. There it is. Gen 12 with Vulkan. So... yeah, Gen 12 is the thing that they're talking about. That's what they make. And then Gen 12, or DirectX 12. You're right. It's only DirectX 11 at first. And they're just going straight to Vulkan. So... no, I read you right. I was just confused on my own. Yeah, they call it Gen 12 because of the naming convention back when they came up with it. They probably should change it now and just be like, this is our first gen renderer. Because the naming is a little bit weird. And now since they're going to Vulkan, it doesn't make much sense. If they can't change core Gen 12, will we have to re-download part of the game? Well, yeah. When they release the update, that they're changing it as we go. That's actually what they're talking about in some of these reports here. So if you go back up to the engine part, you can see that they've said that atmosphere and cloud rendering have been getting ported over to Gen 12. So it's kind of an overtime process. Every time that you're downloading for a new update, that's you downloading that new stuff. They should call it best just gen. Then it would always be the best. Oh, best gen. Kind of doesn't really roll best gen. Best gen. Hyper Infinity, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate you. Thanks for the support. It means a lot. Star Gen works. Yeah, I like that one. Star Gen, Star Engine. Might as well just change Star Meshing, you know? Star Citizen, everything's a star. I want to be Star Tomato now. Space is old news. Where were we? I am so bad at getting through this monthly report. It's been an hour and a half. I was like, oh, it'll be 40 minutes. Let's see. Lighting team. Working on a major event planned for later in this year. Something that we will probably hear more about in the monthly report in a little bit here. But they worked on a couple minor areas where the key locations are available for a full pass. So it's a multi-location, and as we find out later, also a multi-objective dynamic event, or live event, which should be cool. You think Starfield is going to pull folks from this game? Absolutely. Not permanently. I think people who play this game will be interested in it, though. I'm actually working on a... I'm not going to show you guys. I'm working on a... I have a script all typed up. I'm working on a video for Starfield right now, but I think it's going to be a little while. I still have to catch up on Star Citizen videos now. It's just lots of stuff. You got off Twitch and SC after you broke one of your flight sticks. Ooh. The NFT wave had just started. The vibe in the community wasn't for me anymore. I took a break until the scam wave stopped. The scam wave. 100i is the best option at the current discount. No Man's Sky rocks. I love No Man's Sky. That's a fantastic game. No Man's Sky is actually in the video I'm working on for Starfield. Let's see. Progress is made on Pyro space stations, which we've seen plenty of. I know I have footage for that. I could show you guys that kind of footage all day. Oh boy. Wait, this is a lot of video clips. Okay, I might not actually... There's a lot of clips here. Oh yeah, here we go. So they've been working on the Pyro space stations, which obviously look quite different from Stanton space stations. They still have some of the similar design cues, but they're definitely a little more not put together, I guess you could say. Darker, they have different themes. As you can tell, they're a little more spindly and just thrown together. The interiors are very dank, very unwell kept. This is a mostly abandoned star system. It's a frontier system, a lot of pirate activity, a lot of people you don't really want to run into. So as they continue to build out this system, the vibe of it is entirely different from Stanton. And what I originally thought was just going to be a new star system that they were adding that would just, you know, it'd be a new addition, which is cool, has, in my opinion, turned into honestly kind of like a traditional MMO update, you know? It feels like they pivoted to kind of put Pyro in this position that it will introduce new types of gameplay, new locations, new types of NPCs, missions, outposts, locations. Like, they're packaging this all up so that it feels like a full-on update. I have no idea if that's how it's going to turn out, but it is kind of cool. Just won't fall for the hype. The Grim Hex system, right? Je ne sais quoi. I recognize that saying, but I don't know how to say it. Cool channel. I found it now. I am stoked. Thanks, Sam. Coin addiction. Hey, Coin, thank you so much. $30 freaking on the super chat. You are awesome. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Enjoy your trip to your family. Thank you so much. I am pumped. I get to see my little niece. I haven't seen her since last summer. She's the first baby that was like ever in my life. I didn't have younger siblings. My family lives on the other side of the US, so I never really got to see babies. And like, I held her the day she was born, and I was terrified of like dropping her or anything. But I got to spend the first 2 years of her life over there with her. And now it's been almost a year. I'm dying. And she's sick. She got COVID, which is freaking me out. So I can't wait to get back over there and see her and make sure she's okay. But yeah, we're excited to go see my wife's family and get to stay in Turkey for a little bit. We're flying out at the end of this month. And that is why I bought a laptop, so that I could do some work overseas and not leave the channel to die while I'm gone. She's doing okay. You know, COVID can be weird. It can come and go, kind of. She's had about 3 or 4 days, and right now she's up. She's good. She's happy. She has a small cough, but like mostly she's okay. But you know, it can go either way. I'm hoping for the best and constantly keeping in touch. Now Uncle Sam. That's awesome. I want to be Uncle Sam. All right. Locations. Kids do rule. Kids are awesome. And I think I might have missed. Ace, thank you for the sub, my friend. I appreciate you. Thanks for the support. Okay, on to locations. Locations are always fun. Always a good time. February saw the Montreal-based team complete their work on the new medical locations. So we're talking about new hospitals. And let me tell you, if I can find this one, the Lorville Hospital actually looks really cool, because I thought they were going to do it in the style of the rest of Lorville, which is this. Very gross. You could see from the outside, just disgusting, grimy, people wearing bags. Like straight up, this city is so dirty that people wear bags on their heads to get away from the pollution. So you think that the interior is going to be pretty bad. I mean, yeah, it's a hospital, but still, you know, it's in this city. But then you look and you see it's in the same style as the business building, and it actually looks really cool. It doesn't look like a hospital I'd want to go to, because like, what is all this? It's a little too Deus Ex for me, but it looks very put together compared to the rest of the city. So that's cool. This is some of what Montreal was working on. As you can see, they're always putting the lore in here. They're always building that atmosphere and reminding you that like this is a developing actual world where people live. And this is actually good news that they're finishing this off. They're also finishing the Levski Hospital, which I don't think I have on here. I might have it, but let's see. What does Levski start with? Like an L or something? No, I don't see it here. Oh, I do have it. So here's the Levski Hospital. Obviously, not as nice. This is definitely not a place that I'd want to go. I would assume it's better than Grimhex, but not by much. It's probably the same tier as Grimhex. You know, like going to this hospital would be like going to a Grimhex hospital. These people just might not take your kidneys while you're unconscious. So they've worked on these 2 hospitals, which is good. After completing the medical locations, the team is moving on to derelict settlements, which are honestly one of the coolest location-based items I've ever seen them put into this game. This one, I'm trying not to think too much about this one because I know it's pretty far in the distance, but this one honestly is one of the... They're working on ruins, like actual derelict settlements. So in these places where you're looking for places to explore, people are always asking, what can I explore? Where can I go? I mean, it's clearly something that they have in their mind and they're thinking long term. And more than anything, I think the showing us this and showing us this, which is the other thing that the Montreal team... Where my slippers go? These are the two things that the Montreal team's working on right now. And if you look at what they were working on before, they were the medical clinics and the hospitals. And you kind of start to realize that the Montreal team they're also working on building interiors. And their whole thing is building out everything that should go into a game that isn't already there. All the interesting bits, the derelicts, the building interiors, the hospitals, the caves, all of the things that are going to fill out these big ass planets that they've made. I think that's what the Montreal team is dedicated to do. And they'll just keep going to all these different places that they're building and fill it out with cool stuff. Because look, building interiors, hospitals of all sorts, space station interiors. It's all pretty... Wow, we're way back here. It's all pretty... I don't want to say busy work stuff, but like filling out stuff. They are working on Pyro, but just through probably the derelicts and the those settlements that we were talking about. They don't really work on the big things like the planets and the moons, though. When do you think they're going to put in some of those missions they showed during Microtech CitizenCon? The data hacking mission. I have no idea. Not a clue. What are you gonna clip? What was the meme? I don't even know what I said. So yeah, that's generally what they're working on in locations, but I'll read a little bit more of this so you guys can get a better idea of how these derelicts are gonna work. So they're working on a proof of concept for derelict settlements, which are actually things that we've seen a lot of in the past. For anybody who is... For anybody who is a supporter, you probably recognize... Oh. This thumbnail. So this is a recent exclusive video that I did that talks about the development of derelict ships, how they went from being just a concept in 2016 to being a full, honestly, one of the central locations for video game design in this game in 2022. And, you know, higher quality than my normal videos. I do 2 of these every month. They're available for as little as $3 a month. As a supporter, you help us find a home, you help support the business, and you keep me working. So I appreciate that, but you also get these exclusive videos out of it. And recently I talked about how the derelict settlements are the latest in their goal to get us back to... Now I need to go back to this. Latest effort in their goal to get us back to things like this, which are, or to make it better, things like this, or this. Not so much this, but more like this. Or like this. Just derelict settlements, places where you can expect to find NPCs doing things, making their home. We actually got the first rendition of this from the Montreal team as a testing location they were working on. Don't know where that is though. Just heard a notification. Mrs. Sniff Magooch. Oh boy, thank you for the follow. No, sorry, Mr. Sniff Magooch. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for following. This live. Hey Tomato, thanks for the content. Also love the podcast. Thanks for your dedication to your craft. Thank you, NL. Appreciate you. I love what I do. I love doing it and I hope to keep doing it. Yeah, the Javelin Town one. It's somewhere on here. I don't know where it is. But yeah, they've they're building these derelicts to be something much bigger, I think, to showcase gameplay, to build out new missions. This is sort of their test case. Derelicts, caves, outposts. Expect them to really, really double down on those in the next couple of years. But right now they're working on their Aegis Reclaimer, which we saw. The first settlement is a way to build and validate a full production pipeline to eventually produce derelict settlements on a large scale. This is kind of like what they did with outposts and planets. The art team is creating the visual target, the design team began learning the mission system, and Subsumption is there to allow them to populate the locations with gameplay and tools. So each one of the teams that has something involved in this thing are working on their own segments. Octafed. Yo, my dude. Thank you for the 20, man. What the heck is that sticker? That super stick. New subscribers to the YouTube channel. Thank you, Olsa Coop. Yeah, I kind of figured after I realized I wasn't seeing anything. Let's look for... I don't know if they've put derelict settlements on here, have they? No, we've only got derelict spaceships, points of interest. So, I don't know if that's separate from what they're calling derelict settlements. I do know that this is an ongoing task, and that it's going to finish towards the end of the year, so it could be involved, or it could be related, but... They are definitely building out derelict settlements, and the next two ships they're actually looking to do it with are the Crusader, Mercury, Star Runner, and 600i, which I think are going to be... I didn't even consider the idea of a 600i derelict, but that's going to be incredible. When I think of a 600i derelict, you know what I think of? I think of this. For some reason, I'm surprised I was able to find that. I think of, like, for some reason, I think of a skylight at the top. Maybe because there's so many windows on Origin ships. I just imagine, like, what is it going to be like to go on an Origin ship where there's actually a chance for sunlight to be inside? I don't know, that seems like it would be cool. But yeah, so those are the two new derelicts they're working on. Locations is seeming to do some really good stuff. And the more I go through these monthly reports and read what each team is doing separately, the more I realize that, like, overall, while it feels like they're not doing much, the teams themselves seem like they're being pretty productive. Hey, Aaliyah, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming back in. Where did I miss? There we go. Happy Monday, Tom Tato. And all the sauces. I actually kind of like that name, Tom Tato. What monster would leave a 600i as a derelict? Probably a Drake owner, let's be honest. Wouldn't they need to get the 600i rework done before they make the derelicts? I don't know. Probably not too much work. I mean, nobody's gonna care if the derelict is the old model, right? Maybe they'll update it quickly afterwards. I don't know. That is a good point, though. It's not the dev teams that's the issue. It's the management deciding what direction they are going in that is the problem. That's fair. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking as a follow-up. The teams seem to be doing good stuff, but management is having maybe trouble implementing it. Not entirely sure. Today's your birthday, White. Are you on the Discord? We have a special role for birthday folks on the Discord. What's your name on there, and I'll give you the role for the day. Happy birthday. And then the final thing that Locations did, which is, this is fun, a rework of Lorville's Cityscape kicked off as well. And this was to make the buildings bigger, because we are now going to be able to go inside more of those buildings. Procedural building interior generation has become an actual thing where we might be able to actually do missions inside of buildings. We've actually seen something about this here recently. I probably won't be able to find it once again, but they showed us briefly the work that was being done on building interiors. Yeah, I don't think I have it here. But they are working on it. And so these buildings are being expanded at Lorville so that we are able to go inside of them and commit missions. But that also means that they're going to have to rescale the city. So I don't know if that means that the Hurston Dynamics building will be bigger, if it'll be more equal in size to the other buildings, but they are redoing Lorville, which we know has always been in the plans. They'll be doing it to ArcCorp as well at some point, and they will constantly update these planets and moons, given, you know, new things come up. You guys can't see what blockers they have, and you don't want anyone sitting idle, so it looks chaotic on what they are working on sometimes. Yeah, definitely. They have to build the tech before you can add gameplay. No point in handcrafted stuff when it's all going to be replaced with proc gen. No way they can fill all these planets and moons by hand. It's a tech thing, and that tech is what they've spent all this time building, as we've seen. And they talk about it. They talk about it a lot now. They are not at all... They don't shy away from saying that stuff. They used to kind of mention it, but mostly it would come from people like Chris and Jared and like John Crew and Todd Pappy. But now you'll see, you know, them talking about rivers and stuff, and the people, the devs that are working on it are actually saying it. You know, we built this as a system that will work better in the future when we can place everything all at the same time, which I think is really good, because that kind of constant communication on that front needs to be had. But yeah, I think this is pretty cool that they're reworking Lorville. Will make it look a lot better. Next up is a Sandbox team who moved on to the new outposts down the pipeline and began playtesting with the wider team. So I think at this point the Montreal team, or whoever was working on outposts, finished up their work, and now the Sandbox team can kind of go into these new locations and start to fill them out with things that matter. Isn't the Sandbox team on here? Sandbox. There we are. Yeah, so they're actually part of the Montreal team. Montreal Sandbox 1. Huh. But yeah, so here's the Sandbox team. Looks like they're working on their outpost stuff. And honestly, they've been doing a lot of work on Pyro in general. A la Elite. Yeah, the idea is to procedurally generate all these things, or rather, create a tool that can make these things, and then allow that tool to procedurally place them everywhere, and then go in and kind of tidy them up with your hands. You got a party going on tonight, White? Happy birthday. Have a good one, Sam. All right. So, outposts, cool. We love to hear it. They're being placed on Pyro 3 for initial testing, and the makeup and composition progressed. Cool. They also began working to add a wider variety of static modules to mix up the sub-themes scattered around the outpost, so that's probably what we're seeing here with the variants. And they're saying that they're adding themed variants, allowing to create different points of interest in the world. Themes will range from abandoned, mining, research, and more. And I believe from the very first couple of times they showed us these things, I do have some shots. They're 3D concept work, but they will give us a better idea of what they're talking about here. Let's see. Here we go. So here's some of the objects that they were using to differentiate stuff. Coolers, solar panels, power plants, and they actually, if you look closely, they marked off certain places on here that are interactive. So all of the yellow on here means that, hey, this is something that you might be able to use for a mission or for a task that an NPC gives you. And what it looks like they're focusing on here is this fuse box, right? It's labeled as Fuse 1, and it's labeled as interactive on here. And then the multifunctional display, which we're very used to, is also labeled as interactive. And then there's one more here, a maintenance hatch, that's labeled as interactive. So it's possible that these outposts, these variants, I would definitely not expect this to be kind of a first implementation thing, but these variants that they're working on could be interactive points on various things that give these outposts a little bit of a different feel. Let's see. What is this? Oh, this is newer. There's a couple more that I have. About this. No. So this does show a little bit of the variations. As you can see, they've got like thermal cooling stuff, communications towers, liquid and gas storage, botanical stuff, processing devices. So all this isn't new. This is just, first we were seeing it in concept, and then we started to see it kind of modeled out in game as they were figuring out how to place it. And now we're hearing in monthly report, as these locations are being finished, they're now filling them in with more of those kinds of details. And if you watch the monthly reports and kind of put this stuff together, you start to really be able to see how these features progress. Yeah, it's all laid out there, you know? People talk about how it's open development, and while I think they have some trouble with their communication, you can definitely track a lot of what's going on with these features over time. We don't work there. Who are you responding to, Uncanny? Puppy pic? Oh, did somebody reveal somebody asked for one? Why are you guys gonna remind me of my puppy? Where's my puppy picture? Oh crap. Oh crap. I just hit my ready up button for streaming, which did everything in reverse. All right, there we go. Hit that puppy pick button. Here's my boy. You guys want to see how spazzy he is? Let's see. I bet I have a video of here walking. He was like so young and spazzy. He couldn't walk straight without wagging his butt all over the place. Where is he? Here he is when he was a little boy. This is how old he was when we found him. He was a rescue. I miss it. Miss him. I miss him. And this is the last time I saw him, which was in August. He grew a lot. See him soon, though. You'll believe they have 6 systems when you see it? Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, you don't even have to worry about them having 6 systems. We can't even fill up one yet. My camera blocks the picture? There he is. There he is. He's a good boy. He's a little bit of a spaz, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. 6 systems is a... I honestly couldn't care less to get to 6 systems at this point. I just want to see 2 or 3. I think that's enough for what we're doing right now. But, yeah. I mean, believe it when you see it. That's fine. I don't think they've earned the right to tell people they'll get 6 systems done and then have people believe it, but... Why am I overseas? I am from the US, but lived in Turkey for a little while. What do you mean by miss him? Yeah, he's in Turkey. I'm in America right now. I haven't seen him since last summer. He's a good boy, though. Yeah, going back to see him at the end of this month. That's what the goal at the top of the stream is for the trip back to go see him and our family in Turkey. Let's see. What else did the Sandbox team work on? Team also began to add a wider variety of static modules to mix up the sub-themes. We already read that. Okay, elsewhere, the art team began working on derelict outpost variations, which is huge. Like, that is so exciting. The team want to give a feeling of age and history, so they're creating several smaller exploration-driven spaces alongside the main occupied buildings. Let me see one more time if we've got... I actually don't have many videos, I think, saved from the derelict outposts, but those, I'm surprised that they've gotten to work so quickly on those. It seems like maybe the locations team is getting a pretty good workflow going, which is exciting because locations are cool. Locations are more interesting than ships. What is going on in chat? Yo. Yeah, guys, leave the conversation alone in chat. It's not a big deal. Yeah, I don't think I have a video of this. I think I only have that one that I had of the derelict outposts. But the fact that they're working on the variations of it and the white box phase of it is good. It's good. Good news. I'd expect that probably next year, though. Let's see. Oh, they're just talking about they gave the locations a feeling of age and history, so they're creating several smaller exploration. I already read that. Shut up, tomato. Further work was done on Pyro's skybox. Yay! And Stanton's Lagrange points too. You know what? I need to write that down. I just realized I'm so dumb for not having a grunt birthday party sound effect on my stream. Let me add this. Put this on my planner. Add grunt birthday party sound bite. In fact, I'm not sure why I don't have more sound bites from Halo on this stream. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I just need somebody to... I need a stream manager. Back to it. So, the skybox and Lagrange points were worked on. The team also began pre-production on a wider variety of space debris and interesting space structures that will allow them to create more interesting exploration opportunities in space. Guys, there's so much exploration stuff going on. What we need is FPS radar and scanning so that we'll be able to actually explorate these locations. Explorate? Hey, I'm going to explorate a little bit. Like, these are really, really good things they're working on for discovery, for giving people places to go, things to do and see. I mean, space exploration here. They're building in rivers with, you know, harvestables spawning around there. They're building in derelict outposts with themes and other small buildings in the area that you can find loot with. They're building out more derelicts and derelict settlements, places you can go, new planets in Pyro with moons and new biomes. The amount of locations that they're building for all of this exploration is good. Now we just really need to hope that they can start to fill it with the missions we want. Let me see if I can find some Pyro shots. Here's the Pyro surface. This is a shot of it. I actually don't really have many shots of Pyro as a whole, though. They haven't shown us much of the Pyro spacescaping. We do have a couple pictures. Here's the jump point. Oh, that was a really fast shot. Here's the... Dang it. Here's the spacescaping. So this is what we're reading about right now. Working on the Lagrange points at this system. Obviously, they're much more vibrant and, to be honest, a little bit violent compared to Stanton's spots. Certainly, though, certainly enticing. Makes me wonder what's in there. You know, they could be hiding derelicts in these clouds. I think this is, we're really getting to the point, to the first time with this game where they're starting to slip in locations and things to find into these places. I've seen a couple people discover some stuff already. So it gets more and more exciting each time. My call, thank you so much for the super chat, saying here's to help you get back to your pup. Also, did you pick up any Turkish while you were living there? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Türkçe biliyorum. Well, biraz. Just a little bit. But yeah, I know some Turkish. Not as much as I should. I need to practice a lot more. I don't have much time right now, but I'm learning. I'm in the process of learning. I appreciate it, though. Thank you so much for the super chat. Your shields may come into play. Yeah. There are sun... Here's a fun one. Of course, I closed the roadmap, so... So this is a fun little feature they're working on. It's called, what is it? Solar flares or something? Solar burst. So this is like a wave of damage that just flows through the pyro system that can mess up your shields if you're not behind something that's larger than yourself. Which, you know, is kind of crazy, but also sounds pretty cool. But yeah, this is... I mean, this game is like my childhood dream. Every once in a while I get blown away by not just the fact that like it's being made, and yeah, the way it's being made, it can suck sometimes. It really can. This game drives me nuts at times. But the fact that not only is this game being made, but it's being made at a time when I can actually appreciate how much is being made, and then also get to cover it. I don't know. It's like a dream come true. This is like what I imagined when I played Mass Effect, when I played Coder, when I would play Mass Effect, and I would click on a planet to go land, be like, yeah, I want to land down at Novaria. That looks so cool. I want to see what that looks like. And you click the button, and it would just load a video of your ship flying down to the planet. And all you could do is watch that video over and over again and just imagine how cool would it be to actually be flying that ship down to the planet. I didn't think that was going to actually happen this soon. It happens in a lot of games, but I didn't think it would this soon. I thought I was going to be doing that forever. So it's nuts to get to see this stuff happening right in front of us. Mr. Savage just found the channel a couple days ago, really enjoying this stuff. Thank you. Appreciate it. I was raised playing TIE Fighter. Dude, yeah, all those Star Wars, what was that one? Star Wars Jedi Starfighter? The one with like the A-Wing on the front or whatever? The purple, the like crimson and white. Yeah, this one. This, I think, was the first game that I really... Because I was a console player. This was the first game that got me into wanting to play with spaceships. Before this, I was mainly into like RPGs and stuff. And even after this, I was mostly into RPGs. But this was the first thing that really... Blocked by the camera. This is the first thing that really solidified in my head that like a game where you're flying spaceships in space would be pretty cool. But that was back in the day. Oops. And now we're here. There's one picture in here actually that's kind of looks like there's a Vanduul kingship in the background. I don't know if I have it saved. No, I don't. Oh, yep, here. Doesn't it kind of look like over on this side of the screen? Doesn't it kind of look like over here there's a Vanduul kingship in the background in the clouds? At first I thought they were sneaking in a little Easter egg. I was like, holy crap! But it's actually just like the derelict rings from the space station. Did I ever play Mace Griffin, Bounty Hunter? No, I played... What was it? Boba Fett? Bounty Hunter, or whatever that game was? What was that game? What 1313 was supposed to be the spiritual successor to? Yeah, this one. I played this a lot. This was, again, another game that got me obsessed with the idea of living in a Star Wars realm. This game, Mass Effect, what else? System Shock. Like, this is just... And it was all in the 90s and 2000s. Like, we just died when it came to these types of games coming out in the 2010s. Like, Prey was one of the only good space-based games we got in 2010s. This is actually the angle I'm taking for my Starfield video. I go pretty heavy on that. Allegiance from 2000. I haven't heard of it. Coder and Emmy are the goats, yeah. You guys remember the canceled concept for Prey 2? Anybody who hasn't seen it. This was originally going to be, so this was coming around the same time as the 1313 Star Wars Bounty Hunter 1313 game. I'm not going to play the audio. I don't know what kind of song. I don't know if this song is like blocked. But this was a game where you're supposed to be like an abducted human bounty hunter living in this kind of like cyberpunk alien metropolis sort of thing. And your job was just hunting down people. And like they had this really cool concept and this awesome trailer and all these cool things. And it never happened. Got canceled around the same time as Star Wars 1313. But these are all the buzzkills, you know, that have led towards me being like, yo, Star Citizen is what I'm here for. Because nothing else seems to be doing it. That's why my argument for people is always like, I understand you don't like Star Citizen, you don't have to. But like, why are you hating on us? Like, if something else is better than Star Citizen, did I say Starfield? If something else is better than Star Citizen, I will go there. I don't know if people don't believe me or what, but I would gladly jump ship if there was a game that was doing what Star Citizen tries to do better. Sorry, I'm ranting again. I think Monday should just be my rant streams. You wanted another System Shock 2, so Prey was kind of disappointing to you. I feel like System Shock probably would have... Like, Deus Ex does a better job of being like System Shock than anything. But I do believe that... Who is it? Is it Ghostwire? Is it... Ghost Stories? Are making a new Bioshock? What's their name? Ghost Chronicles? New Bioshock game coming from... Who's the studio? Anybody know? Anybody remember? I feel like that should be in all of these headlines. Cloud Chamber had nothing to do with ghosts. They're working on a new Bioshock, so maybe that'll be kind of similar to System Shock. I think we'll get racing in Star Citizen, yeah. We had racing before. In fact, it's on the roadmap. It just was so not substantial that they took it out of the game. See if we can find it. It was going to be back here somewhere. One of these. I think it was 3.2 or 3.3? Yep. Scramble races. They want to do it. They want to do it, but they're not really working yet. You like Prey a lot more than Bioshock for the same reason. Oh, so you liked Prey more than Bioshock, but System Shock more than Prey. Alien Isolation was a good sci-fi game. Thank you for reminding me of that, Horde. That was another good one. There were a lot during... Well, not a lot. There were several very good sci-fi games during the last decade. No AAA ones, though. None that really brought people into the genre, you know? There were no Elden Rings. There were no Skyrims. There were no Witcher 3s. There were no Breath of the Wilds. We got a Mass Effect Andromeda. And the original No Man's Sky. I will say No Man's Sky was a great comeback story, but like the original No Man's Sky kind of hurt. Control? I wouldn't really say Control's a space story of any sort. I mean, sci-fi in a sense, but Control is more sci-fantasy than anything. Outer Worlds was also a good one. But again, I don't think it's anywhere near Breath of the Wild or Skyrim or Elden Ring or anything like that. Outer Worlds was a really good taste of what we could be getting with a big, you know, outer space RPG like Mass Effect or Coder or something like that, but nothing has really hit it off. That's why I'm hoping Starfield might do it. Back to the story at hand, though. The narrative team continued scripting and capturing dialogue for an upcoming dynamic event. That's the one we were talking about earlier. With multiple characters and several non-linear objectives, it's one of the more complicated event scripts to date. So we've seen Jumptown Xenothreat, and Ninetales. We've also gotten Invictus Week parades, which is that was kind of an event. That was something that I think ran on the same system. So considering all of those, I think the most complex one of all of that was probably Xenothreat, right? Xenothreat required multiple teams to do different things at the same time. It sounds like they're saying this one may be more complicated than Xenothreat, with non-linear objectives and multiple characters. That's a good sign. Looking for something a little more complex, I think, will make people maybe be more enthusiastic about what's possible with this system. Team also supported various upcoming features like refueling. Additional documentation was created for branding and environmental storytelling in Pyro. Another focus was put on mission archetype characters. That's not mission givers. This one kind of confused me because mission character archetype sounds like it's something that might be a little bit less serious than mission givers, who are like Clovis Darnley, Constantine Hurston, Tisha Pacheco. Like, you can find these people throughout the game and get missions from them. Recco Battaglia is also there, and of course, ya boy, the big boy, the OG, Miles Eckhart, who I think came in 3.0, so we can't see him. But also this dude, Wallace Klim. Basically, they do these mission givers where you can go to them, get a specific line of missions, talk to them with dialogue and all that stuff, develop a relationship. These sound like people that are going to be even less dedicated to that. Maybe the shopkeeper, you know, who can give you one task to do. Or maybe the NPC who's standing at the landing pads, having a fit over their ship that doesn't have any fuel in it, you know? Maybe that's like a mission character archetype. I don't know for sure, but this is something that I'll definitely keep watching on the monthly reports to see what they talk about with it, because maybe it's replacing mission givers, maybe it's an addition to. I'm not really sure, but it is interesting. Player relations was just like the events and stuff we went through. Props worked on Pyro. Q&A worked on Q&A stuff. They're a very important team, but obviously they're mostly working on testing stuff. You're new to the game and struggling to make creds. Any tips would be helpful. You're good. I just put out a video a couple weeks ago called something like the best things to do. Space tomato. I just put out a video. Best things to do. This is, wow, was that my last video? I am just, yeah. I just don't have any time to make videos anymore. Jeez. Well, 2 weeks ago, my last video, it says best things to do. It won't tell you how to make a lot of money, but it will tell you how to explore the game a little bit more. To make money, I would suggest two things. This is what I was doing on my stream the other day. Go into Arena Commander and learn how to do some dogfighting a little bit. Spend like 10 minutes, 15 minutes in there, just getting the hang of it, learning how to shoot a ship, learning how to stay on target, how to target all that stuff. You don't have to be a pro. But once you're done with that, you can then go into the game and go to either the Hurston or Microtech areas. You're going to want to find mercenary missions called Defend Occupants and Illegal Monitoring Mission or something like that. But those two missions, one will give you 15,000 per mission, the other will give you 20,000 per mission. You could basically jump back and forth between those two missions and do probably like 4 or 5 an hour. Make about 100K every hour or two. That's what I ended up starting to do to make money very quickly. But I would say once you do that, make enough money to rent a ship and then start to specialize a little bit more. But ultimately, it's not a great time to play the game with the intent of making money right now, because there are not that many ways to differentiate the amount of money that you're making from other missions. The economy is just not really there. Right now, I would just tell you to join an org, find a group of people to play with, fly around with them, crew their ships. You'll start making money naturally over time. It's probably the best way to do it. You won't burn out either. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Fearless. Okay. The SST team, Systemic Services and Tools. These are the people who are supposed to be building Quantum. But we're not hearing much about that. But let's see what they say this month. They continued to work on various internal tools, wrapping up development of automation and scheduling for dynamic events, which will be used when manual activation isn't appropriate. That's cool. Dynamic events up until now haven't really been that dynamic because, well, they make them happen themselves. So maybe we'll start to actually see that happening soon. That was something they said was going to happen last year. Looks like it got delayed a couple months. They're still working on it. Service-wise, they expanded the NPC tracker service to include various in-game events and make them available for future use. Okay. Do we get a sub? I see a raffle going on. No sub? I guess somebody just started a raffle. And then finally, support for selling feature continued with SST working closely with the gameplay teams on the final element. Selling is gonna be awesome. Selling is gonna be great. I know it's not a big deal for the current patch. People don't think it's that important because there's nothing worth selling, but again, selling is gonna be great in the same way that being able to transfer money between each other was great. In 3 patches, nobody's gonna think about it at all. By 4.0, nobody is going to say anything about the fact that we got the selling feature this year, but it is going to make a big difference. Maybe not nobody, somebody. In 4.0, somebody will say anything about the selling feature. All right, on to tech animation. After this, they continued to drive the upgrade to the in-house DNA system. We all know that. Selling is going to drive more PvP. Don't we need quantum integration for dynamic events? That's going to be a big part of it. Being able to trigger those events based on what's going on in the game, yeah. But we heard that they were working on that as well. Yeah, Orneus, the selling feature is right here on 317. And it's going to allow us to start selling the items that we find, you know, loot, weapons, armor, all that stuff. Go to a shop and sell it to make some money now. Great for explorers. This is exploration. I mean, I guess you could already sell harvestables, right? They also continued, let's read what they said about the character DNA system. This has been an incredibly long process to refactor the systems to be data-driven, and it's very near to completion. Just a few tasks remain for us before we are able to commit to the testing procedure and integration into the main game. Okay. They also continued to process head assets in-house. They're trialing the scan processing, extraction algorithms, and tool sets with a completely new head asset with the aim to achieve a one-to-one likeness with the actor while retaining cross-rig animation compatibility. So, they're just building a better process to scan heads and get them into the game, basically. Tech Animation also supported many other teams with their initiatives, including animation implementation and debug, animated asset creation, and the tool sets around these teams. More tool stuff, we'll say to that, because I don't know that one. February saw the team kick off new initiatives to speed up the animators' workflow and offer new solutions to issues they have with some current pipelines. Firstly, an engine animation file importer that will give the team new ways to save or regenerate source data directly from engine animation, with the goal to be able to record animations in engine and recreate them in Maya. So they just can export animation files, basically? Export and import. It allows them to move animation files between Maya and the engine that they're using, I guess. That must be faster scene development. Yeah, it must make the efficiency of that work much faster to be able to move them around like that. I imagine it's kind of similar to the way they talked about when they used to make planets, they would have to make what was happening on the planet, render the planet, check what they did, and then go back to redo it again. Maybe that's talking about kind of the same thing in this. All animators basically use Maya, that's why. Honestly, the only animation software I've ever heard of is Maya. Well, that's good. So they're basically making it so that the industry standard works better with their engine. That's what I'm getting from that. Secondly, they're looking to create tooling to recreate and effectively import assets directly from the engine. They supported a loadout system in the Maya animation toolset that uses source data to add to and change the rig that the animators interact with. This allows them to animate to the attire that the character will be animated with in-game and achieve higher fidelity of interaction. Attire? Blender and Unity. Oh, Unity's used for animations? Holy crap, Fish. Yo, Jfish, you've been freaking murdering the game with your streams lately, man. Every time you're coming in here with a raid, you're coming with like 150 people. Well done, my man. Jfish, my friend, just recently reached partner on Twitch. Can we get a big congratulations? Round of applause? Couple tomatoes in chat for this, man. Some hype. Well done, dude. I'm happy for you, man. You've always done a lot of like raiding and support for my own channel over here. I'm sorry I can't like backwards raid to you. I wish I could. Thank you everybody who joined Jfish in the raid over here. Coming over to my boring old non-gameplay stream. Today we're doing a monthly overview. Looking at all the development that's been going on in Star Citizen recently. I'm adding some context. I'm giving some visual cues. I'm sharing all the videos that might correlate to the stuff that they're talking about. So if you're interested in learning more about what makes Star Citizen tick, this is the stream for it. Thank God we're done with tech animation though. They're hard. It's hard to keep up with that stuff. In Montreal, the tools team moved almost entirely onto the Mighty Bridge tech mentioned in last month's report. I actually don't remember that. They also supported the locations team with derelict settlements. Obviously, that's a big one we've been talking about. Iterating on tools to help with asset scattering. The art team will use this tool to quickly scatter assets with ship debris, like ship debris in VFX, to create interesting looking locations. We've actually seen this. Let's pull it up. This will also be used in other locations like derelict outposts. It's nice when tools have multi-uses, huh? If the cave of Picos and then 8 remaining not yet found Pico balls provide a type of exploration gameplay, is there an in-game ship that would currently be useful in such an endeavor? Not really. Most of them have the same scanning capabilities. I don't think they'll be able to detect that stuff anyways. That's all going to be done by eyesight. Don't worry about all that. I love what you do and glad I can help support you in any way. Thanks, Fish. I appreciate that, man. You're a tech animator that moved on to just a senior animator. So much tech issues in every studio. I just want to animate. Interesting, Kita. You mind me asking, are you allowed to talk about your work at all? Do we just get a sub? No, but we got follows. Tech now Kami. Whoops. Noviath Gaming or Noviath Gaming, whichever you prefer. Kaglaz. Thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate it. All right. Turbulent. They do a lot of the back-end stuff. Server meshing, website stuff. I'll actually probably just skip this section, to be honest. I can't tell you much about that. Let's go to UI. Need to get to studying, but hope you have a wonderful rest of your stream. Thanks, Fish. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. I'll see you around, man. Have a good week. Have a good day. Good luck with your studies. Okay, so in UI, in February, the UI team progressed with the visuals and underlying features of the new star map. Ba-bang, ba-boom, ba-bang, baby. Come on. Give me the worst part of this freaking game right now is the star map. The worst part of this game, for me, is the star map. It's god awful. Let me show you some cool pics. I don't believe this is what it will look like, but here's some concept art of Zane. He's the lead designer. I don't know if he's a lead designer, but he's a big part of the UI team. And these are some of the concepts he developed way back when. And I am hoping that we do get some of the features from this, specifically in this picture. The ability to actually see our waypoints better, see our fuel costs per waypoint, to see our segments of the trip, to bookmark stuff, to be able to search for stuff, and then finally also maybe just like a list of locations in the area. But this is what I want to see from the star map. Doesn't even have to be that complex. I like this though. Maybe a little better presentation of the info, but I like this kind of stuff. And I hope this is the direction it moves in. Here's one more shot of this. Yeah, kind of like the Elite Dangerous star map, but more detailed. The idea behind this star map is that it's supposed to be able to zoom into planets and moons and stuff and act like a local map as well. UI also began converting the visor and lens to building blocks. I can't believe I missed that on my first read-through. Or maybe I didn't really think about what that meant. That's pretty big. They're converting the visor and lens. I wonder why they didn't say the HUD. Maybe because they think HUD would be corresponding to a ship, but this sounds like they're talking about our basic overview when we're playing the game. They're converting it to building blocks. Okay, many of the actor widgets being completed, so they've updated all those to building blocks as well. Additional polish on the medical screens was undertaken, including new idle animations for the character model presenting the player's body. The UI features team made the final polish and bug fixing passes on refueling too. These UI changes are really good. These are really freaking great to hear that they're working on. The mobi-glass is one thing. These different gameplay-based UIs are another thing, but the fact that we're going to get our lens and visor stuff changed over to building blocks is good. Hey, what's up, Liquid? Can my man Liquid get a shout out, please? Why does it say I'm giving away an... Right, I'm still giving away a Nomad. You've had this question in your head for a full minute now and need to ask. That's a long time. Can an organization own a ship, or do the members need to own them? Currently, no, but I do think that at some point they will be able to be in an organization profile. But it'll probably always default back to somebody's ownership who bought it. Thought HUD was already on building blocks on many ships. Yeah, that's why I think they're talking about the helmet view in this case rather than the HUD itself. So that we don't think they're talking about the HUD. A wild tomato, what's up, Aurelia? Just read your name in Turkish. What's up, Aurelia? How's it going? Can we get another shout out, please? We are getting visited by all the royalty today. Thank you guys for dropping by. Hope that means we'll be getting night vision and thermal. Gotta get thermal. I want thermal just so I can see all the suckers out down on the planet surface as I fly over them. Losers. All right, on to the next one. Oh, thanks for the follow. What in the world is that? Is that a just not a healthy facial expression on that one, really? Sometimes I just want a clean screenshot of my ship. And all you see is uninitialized. Ah! That comes with the ship. That's a feature. Your ship is now named uninitialized. All right, where did they go from there? The UI tech team continued refactoring the AR marker system. Baby, give me more. UI artists creating different icons. The functionality and developer experiences for building blocks is further developed with a variety of feature requests completed throughout the month. Completed. a word I don't see enough in these monthly reports. I love to see it. The AR markers are also another thing that I'm really, really excited for. I think those AR markers could be the first chance we have on, well, actually, I think those AR markers are what this bookmark button would be for. I think that's going to be the first chance we have to actually save a location. And maybe like, I don't know if about sending it to somebody, but AR markers, I think I have another, if we go back real quick to the January monthly report, I think they were talking about it there too. Oh, this AR marker talk's getting me hot and heavy. Let's see. There we go. The team continued building the core systems for the new AR markers while working on icons for various marker types and states. Like many other teams, they continue to update the feature to support persistent streaming and work closely. See, they don't really mention too much about it yet, but this is the second month in a row we've heard about it. And I do think that those are going to be the replacements for things like the beacons, the distress beacons, the player markers, the space station markers, all that stuff. And I hope that they're going to give us markers to save locations as well. But we'll see. Sweaty Goon, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome aboard. All you guys with the follows. Holy One and X-Wing. Y'all are awesome. Thank you. Don't know if I've ever played Evolve, but it had a ping function where you could place a marker where you were looking for other party members. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty common one too. Definitely something that Star Citizen will have at some point. Most games are doing that now. I know Halo has it, Battlefield always has it, Call of Duty, I don't know if they have it. I guess a lot of first-person shooters do that. I can't speak more for RPGs and stuff. Alright, so on to vehicle tech. A began February by fixing bugs for an upcoming release. Oh, wonder what release that would be. 160, oh, right. That's because of Fish's raid. J-Fish, man. In EVE Online, you can make money with proper bookmark sets for dangerous gates, yep. And that's part of my goal of being a data broker. I want to have all that kind of stuff so I can share it with people. All right, back to homework you go. Thought you'd pop in and finally drop a follow. Thank you, Aurelia. I just got to say, good luck with your homework, but also I've been keeping up with the things you've been saying on Twitter about family history and all that stuff, and I'm happy for you. I hope everything goes okay. And I hope you have a good time, a good week. Thanks for dropping by, though. Thanks for the follow, Weum. I think it's Weum. Weum. Let's see. Where were we? We're back on the February one. Vehicle tech. They began February by fixing bugs for an upcoming release. We read that. Sorry. Including many issues involving network sync, vehicle damage, doors, and elevators, and item port validations. So that might be some big bugs getting wiped out. Maybe not big bugs, but annoying bugs getting wiped out. And then they improved the tools that are being, improved tools are being made to make implementing and fixing issues with doors and elevators easier, both within vehicle and space stations. We got a lot of doors and elevator problems. When complete, it will help the developers fix issues without having to know the technical properties of these highly logic-driven items. I do hope this means that we don't die when we get to pad 12 at Mike L1. Been enjoying the content for a long while. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Abyss. Appreciate you. How will we travel between star systems, you ask? I've actually got an answer for you. We'll be using jump points, which they've been building out for a while. And the first is going to be, so this is an early version of the Microtech to Pyro jump point. As you can see, they had physical gates, they have a lot of infrastructure, there's a whole cloud thing going on. Jump to this year though, and you can see that this jump gate has been improved. So there's a lot more going on here, the colors are a little bit different. Do I have any more shots of this one? I actually don't think I have any more shots of this one from last year. That's unfortunate. This is just showing the gas clouds around it. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong folder. We want to go here. No, pretty similar. Pretty similar amount of videos. Here we go. Here's a shot of it. So these are nebula that you'll find around the systems that you can approach. You can approach with your ship and get transported to the other one, but it won't be as simple as just hitting a loading screen and going. You do actually have to get through these jump points to the other system, so it won't be like a thing you're doing every day. There was a lot of talk about UI and quackity of life improvements at the end of last year. They know everyone wants to be able to darken the cockpit view and have night vision as well as GPS. Yeah, but those have been, those questions has been around about as long as people have been asking for salvage, to be honest. They've gone to try and fix the HUD issues, I would say at least 3 times now. When they would do something to try and fix it with like the drop shadow and stuff. Gosh, who knows what they'll do this time. You remember when the community first brought up the idea of a compass and the dev just gave a blank stare like, why would you want a compass? Why? Compass pretty useful. Pretty useful things, those compasses. All right, on to VFX, the last section of the report. Last month, VFX continued their work on salvage effects. Hey, look at that. Including using particle emitter strength curves to show when there's nothing left to salvage in a chosen area. Aside from the gaping hole in the hull, the ember and particulate matter will stop spawning from the impact area. Now, this is mainly a way to, for the people, you know, you got to have some sort of help for people when they're doing these things. This, in my opinion, is mainly a way to just tell people, hey, you're done salvaging, stop, without like, you know, putting words on the screen or something. It's like the rock cracking when you're done mining, you know, it tells you it's done. And you can kind of see what they mean by that animation here. This isn't actual salvaging, but it is some that we filmed. Wholesome Coop, was this you? I feel like this was you, or Anno. But as you can see, as they laser that wreckage on the ground, there's a bunch of sparks coming off, right? So what would be happening during salvaging is like those sparks would be coming off, as would parts of this wreckage. And then at some point when that was all done happening, those sparks would no longer happen. And that's how you would know you were done salvaging. It's a good sign of where we are at, that they're starting to focus on making the game easier to play. Yeah, quality of life has been huge these last couple years. Colorblind support, yeah, that is necessary. The artists are collaborating with the weapons feature team to create the best possible player experience when this feature, being salvaged, goes live in a future release. Elsewhere, pre-production was completed and production began on the MISC Hull C, so they're working on VFX for the Hull C. An effects pass was done on the Maria Pure of Heart Hospital, including a purification scanner that sterilizes the player when passing through the entrance. Effects support was given to a new destructible prop. Love some destructible props. What have I seen about personal habs and hangars? I don't know. I haven't seen much about that. 317 arriving should be next month. Early next month, I'd say, about a month from now. I'll be right back, guys. We're gonna go back and I'll just answer some questions you guys might have about all this stuff. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick before we start. Maybe like 2 minutes and we'll get to that. BRB. Whoop whoop. What up? We're back. All right. All right, guys. So, this is gonna be kind of a Q&A session, to be honest. I just want to hear what you guys have to say or ask about this stuff. I know there were a few questions I didn't get to while we were going through it. So hit me up. Hit me up with the things you want to know. You got the roadmap and the monthly report open in front of us. I'm going to go until the top of the hour of streaming. It's like another 17 minutes or so. And then I got freaking work to do. Unfortunately, I am very far behind on just about every video that's supposed to be coming out. So I will be ending this stream a little bit early, but I think it was a good stream. I think we got to look into a lot of stuff here today. And I honestly like having these Monday streams be a little bit more community focused, looking at updates, looking at videos, looking at the things CIG is saying. But yeah, I look fresh. Thank you. Thank you. I just peed. Got that post-peep freshness. Can we sell hanger items to stores? I don't know. That'd be interesting. Hello, Mrs. Tomato, with the fish. This time the fish, though, seems to be on a fishing line. That seems a little rude. That seems very rude, actually. What do we got this week? Tuesday, we've got a portfolio piece about the Tehachapi. Okay. Manufacturer whose armor. Oh, okay. Armor manufacturer, cool. Some lore. Squadron 42 monthly report. Okay, we've already kind of seen that. Thursday, we'll be talking about a location-based sprint report and the Hull A. Oh my gosh, do you guys think they might talk about functionality of the Hull A? Hey, Coin, I'll see you later. Thank you so much for the support today. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. Fish is in chat, everybody. Fish is in chat. But yeah, do you guys think that they're going to show us the actual functionality of the Hull A in this week's ISC? It feels like a lie almost. It feels like it's like one of those things that you waited so long for that you don't believe it'll actually happen. Because they haven't said a single word about how the Hull A or the Hull C will actually work with cargo once they're in the game. I imagine because it might depend on the cargo refactor. I'm guessing at first they'll just make it so that when you load the Hull A, the boxes will just pop onto the plates. How many Hull A's would it take to bring down a hammerhead? Depends on how fast the Hull A is moving. On Friday, we get to go in with the VFX team for an hour-long show, which will be just, you know, talking about VFX. VFX are cool. I think I'd really like to hear more about the plans that they have for ground-based weapons in terms of VFX. What else is there? Ground-based weapons, I think, is a big one. Man, there's other things. I know there are other things. Damaged thrusters. Thrusters in general would be nice. You know, I'd like to see a little bit more VFX from the thrust output. When traveling from system to system, will it look like Quantum Jump graphics-wise? Let me show you the original concept for what they had. So this is the original. This is in editor. Again, this is old. But this is the concept they had for a jump tunnel. Not gonna lie. Looks a little sphincter-ish. But I don't think I have... And then here's kind of... This is an overview of it. So you can see what the jump tunnel looks like from a distance. Looks like small intestines here. You know, just all kinds of body parts. Can't say I have any other clips that show it really that well. Here we go. This is another look at what the tunnel would look like itself. So as you can see, it's not quite like Quantum. It's an actual tunnel that you need to navigate your way through to get to the other system. So it'll be more than just a little, whatchamacallit. just a loading screen. Here's some more testing of the jump point. So this is what it looks like when you're flying through it with the ship and there's no VFX or anything. It looks like they're just going through tunnels, picking their outputs, picking the path that they're taking. But this was, again, in 2019. Things could have changed since that video. And then here's what it looks like. Here's what the jump point looks like in the editor. So when you're approaching it, it'll look like this. That's the pyro one, a little more intense. But in the actual game, it looks like this. So obviously it looks more like clouds, a little more epic. It's got that classic blue and orange color grading. I don't think I have any other pictures of or videos of inside the jump point though. Also a bit anusy. Yeah. You bought 4 versions of the game and you refund them 3 times because you thought it is working. Now you paid $200. What? You refunded them though, right? So you got your money back? Looks too much like water. The inside of the tunnel did? Let's see. It's probably got the video. Where's my video? Why does my video never pop up? There it is. So this is what it looked like when they went through the jump point for the first time. Again, this is a 2-year-old concept. I'm sure that it kind of changed since then. They've also kind of backed off a little bit on how much infrastructure is immediately around the jump point to make it seem like it was more naturally occurring. So the idea would be that you enter it, you kind of have to navigate your way, make sure you don't get thrown out of the sides, make these turns. You haven't gotten a refund, but you contacted support. Yeah, I would definitely contact support. They should get you checked out on that. Because that's a lot of money, you know, if you don't want to buy it 4 times. Thank you for the 26 bits, by the way. Oh yeah, this is Stargate SGSC. But then once you get all the way to the end, you come out the other side and you're in the new system. This is definitely not how it's going to look though. In fact, they probably threw this last part together so quickly. Because this would never be on the exit of a jump point. That'd be insane. The amount of big ships that wouldn't be able to get out of here would be nuts. Actually, it might not be a big jump point now that I think of it. And of course, there are also just no moons or ruined station in that proximity. What happens if you crash into the sides? They've talked about getting stranded in deep space. I don't know what they're actually going to do with it though. That's... yeah, that is the question, right? I hope they look better when we get them too, but like almost everything that they show us, it probably will. Will we get weapon and armor salvage for resale in 3.17? Do you mean if you pick up a weapon or pick up somebody's armor, can you resell it? That does seem to be the case, as they've talked about here. Being able to sell items from your local inventory to shops using a new interface. This supports the recently added loot generation feature, allowing these items to be sold for money. Ah, I wonder if it's just going to be loot that can be sold. That's an interesting caveat. Thought they would have different sized jump points. Yeah, they do. That's what I was saying. Maybe that wasn't a large jump point. Sounds expensive to get stranded. It does. Yeah, that sounds like it would take. That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're gonna drop out of a jump point, how does somebody recover from that? Can you just re-enter a jump point where you are? Do you have to fly manually for years to get back to the system? Like, what's gonna happen? What's up, Certified? Having a good day. I hope you are as well. When SC release date? I have no idea. I'm about as sure of SC's release date as I am of Fables. Actually, no. No, I'm more sure of Fables. But yeah, I have no clue when SC would have a release date. We'll say release for Star Citizen would be similar to, I guess, Lost Ark launching. Something like that, I don't know. When SC ready. That's the best answer. When it's ready, which we are all blind to. Jishama, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the sub club. How has the reaction been to my video about the Game Ranks vid? Did I take it down? No, I didn't take it down. You crazy? No reason to take that down. It's not like I'm attacking anybody in that video, right? Just a informative one. Oh, because you didn't see it on the main channel. Yeah, it was on 2. Any other questions about the road or the monthly reports, the roadmap, anything? You missed a lot of the stream? Luckily, it'll be saved on YouTube. Instead, we made another video with the stream, yes. One of the options CIG mentioned was getting randomly kicked out of the jump point, either back in a random spot back in the system. Huh. Interesting. I imagine that would mess your ship up too, right? Just after Beyond Good and Evil 2 and GTA 6. Beyond Good and Evil 2... Beyond Good and Evil 2 literally... How long was that announced? That was like 2007, 2008 when they first talked about that. Oy. We won't get into that though. That poor game. You respond to GameRanks videos without watching them or verifying anything you post and just call the video unfinished. I'm not gonna lie, I like GameRanks. Like, I used to watch them pretty regularly. They make entertaining stuff. They cover videos in interesting ways, but it does seem like, I don't know, man. That's just such a big mess up to say something like that in the video. I guess, you know, there's no accountability. Nobody actually cares. Nobody's gonna fact check them in the comments, right? So it's not a big deal, but when I first saw that, my first response was kind of like laughing. Like, ah, you guys are dumb, you don't know this. My second one though was like just disappointment. I like Jake Baldino. Yeah, I see him a lot too. Like, he does other stuff outside of GameRanks all the time. He has his own channel, he goes on other podcasts. I just expected better. When is the PTU for 317? Probably not for another month, I would say. Maybe we'll get it this month, but I have no idea. We don't know what the schedule is for this year. Once this patch releases, we can start to get an idea of how the other patches will be. But we don't know if they caught up from last year being a little bit behind with 316, which probably does lend a little bit to how light that patch was. So they could have caught up. We could be getting the patch on April 2nd. It won't come on the 1st because that would be April Fool's, but we might get something. Oh crap. I need to start working on my April Fool's video. I completely forgot about that. Any guess when I think 4.0 will drop? I have no idea. I have no idea. My best guess would be this quarter next year, March of next year. Why don't I invite him onto the podcast for SC? Honestly, I just, you know, I want to make sure that this podcast gets a little bigger before I start bringing in big names, so I don't waste the effort. Although it is taking a little while. The podcast is kind of stalled, actually. I know a lot of people watch it on video, but the audio format has stalled a little bit in our audience growing. I think just because it's a little harder to get people to go to the audio one. But if you want the podcast without ads, that is the best way to do it. Really digging the White Knights video Inforunners posted today. Do you think positive news works better than doom and gloom? Positive news always works better. People want to be happy. Apparently that video was done by Falcon. Yeah. Yeah, I went and double checked that afterward. Oops. Break out the tomato suit? Yo, we don't do tomato suits unless we meet a hype train. We haven't gotten a hype train in a while, actually. When will the next in-game event be? Probably in May. We might have something to do March and April, something small, but the next big one will be in May. Invictus Week. I'm also hoping for the end of this year for Pyro, but who knows? Who knows? That is a guess and a half. It does look like that video was taken down. I can't find it either. What? No, they did not remove it. Get out of here. There's no way. They wouldn't have removed it. It's still there. It's gotta be. Yeah, it's still here. 10 worst microtransactions. What is my favorite bar in the game? The only one I've really been to is the Microtech one, so I guess that one. Tomato soup is murder. Tomato soup is murder. If I see anybody drinking or eating tomato soup, I'll have your head. It's an in-game event every time you log on. What is the giveaway this month? I don't do monthly giveaways. I do support-based giveaways. So whenever we reach our goal, I give away a new ship. Right now, we're doing a Nomad. But to be honest, we could meet that goal. I could start a new giveaway. We could meet another goal. I could give away 4 ships in one day. It all depends. Curious what the next big player event will be. Keep meaning to look for a crew for Daymar Rally. We've got a team if you want to join us. But yeah, player-based event. Oh man, that'll be interesting. Keep expecting to hear that 4.0 will drop with Pyro, and the subsequent Pyro will come with 4.0. Circular logic. I don't even like tomatoes. I don't, but you gotta look out for your own. Oh, you guys are just being mean now. You're just being mean now, come on. Tomato substitutes, guys. We gotta substitute tomatoes. We gotta use meat to substitute for tomatoes to protect tomato divinity. When is 3.17 coming? Probably in April at some point. You had a tomato soup and a fancy grilled cheese last week. Ooh, yum. I love some grilled cheese. What was your guys' most interesting part of this monthly report? Did anybody hear something that they were actually surprised by on here? That's why the coconut crab is my spiritual animal. I can't stand things with more than 4 legs. 4 legs, eh? BLT all day, Mrs. Tomato says. She doesn't do BLTs. She forgets about the lettuce. She loses the tomato, and then and instead she puts some cucumbers. I call it her Mediterranean food. Your partner is allergic to tomatoes, so no tomatoes for them. Same. I'm kind of allergic to them. Imagine ship-to-ship refueling. We're getting closer to full pit stop functionality. Yeah, and that's a big feature for refueling. People are saying that it won't be that useful, but for races, that's a pretty big deal. Oh yeah, you do put lettuce. A BLC. You like turkey instead of tomatoes on your sandwich? I feel that. Building blocks on the visor and lens. Yeah, that one, I don't know how I missed that the first time. That's gonna be great. This is it's already gotten a lot better with the quick action menu and some of those actor status icons that they've got. But I imagine with the building blocks, you know what? Let me show you something. A couple years ago, they were showing off the concepts for the new HUDs they were working on. Check this out. If you look at this video, this is them showing off the ship HUD. But if you look super closely, right as they end the animation and sign off, you can see the FPS HUD start to pop back up. I don't know if this is an experimental FPS HUD, a concept, or what. But if you pause it at the right moment... Pause it! Oh, I didn't even need to. You can see that not only do they have something up here, I don't know if this is the name of a ship, the name of a person you're talking to, or what, but there's definitely there are some signs here of what they want to do with the FPS HUD and the lens and the, what do they call it? Visor. So we've got a mini map here, which we've already seen concepts for that they want to make. So in Minimap, when you're doing FPS discovery, we see that the scanning is working. Emissions, I think this is infrared, this is electricity, and maybe this is cross-section. There's a little audio, oh, I'm sorry, no. This is the audio thing. So they've said that with FPS maps, rather than using cross-section like you do in a ship, they're going to use an audio detector, kind of like in Halo, where if somebody shoots a gun, they pop up on the motion tracker, right? This is the same thing. I think this is showing that either you are detectable because you're making noise, or you detect something else because it's making noise. And then on the sides, it looks like we have a little bit of altimeter information. Again, I don't think any of this was actually in-game or actually built. I just think this might be the concept of what they're going for with the FPS HUD, just like this is the concept of what they're going for with the ship HUDs. So it's cool. I have no idea why they've never highlighted this or said anything about this, but it's there. And actually, you can see, if you look up at the top there, look as I scroll, right here where my mouse is, you can see that that little meter there is moving around. I think that's probably the detection of the noise, whatever that is. And then obviously the compass at the top. But yeah. This is from 2020. So they've been working on this for a while, but I do think that this is something they're going to bring to the game soon. And yeah, that's an exciting one. HUD stuff is always so exciting to me. You can see a couple of the other concepts that they've worked on for ships here. This was all the Gladius specific stuff they were doing, trying to figure out something specific for Aegis HUDs. They got real heavy with it. But this is why I think what we have right now is the default, and they'll eventually have something more designed just for Aegis. You can also see here that they also have concepts for the Drake HUDs that they're working on. I believe this is going to be the next HUD they build. And then after this, they've also said that they're working on the Origin specific HUDs, which I'm sure are going to be beautiful. So it's just another reminder that they've got a lot of UI stuff that's going on. They want to make custom UI for a lot of these different ships and situations. And also, as you can see, they want to allow people to change the colors at some point. Just like one of those little things that you don't hear about much. What do I think about this ongoing PvE PvP debate in Spectrum? To be honest, I don't go on Spectrum. What is the debate? Landing cam for the bottom. I think what they'll probably do for the landing situation is use a 3D representation of your ship and the surrounding stuff. Because their cameras usually use rendered to texture, which might end up being too much if we have cameras all over the bottom of our ships. I think they'll probably do something like what they used to do. Let me see if I can find that. So what we used to get was this little overlay that would pop up when you got next to a landing pad. You can see it right here on the radar. It would show you kind of your surrounding in a very, very undetailed fashion, which is why I think it will change. But you can see it points you towards the pad, and then as you get onto the pad, it would show you kind of a representation of said pad. There it is. Just to give you an idea of what's going on now, I think we'll get something like this, but more complex, kind of like what you see in Elite Dangerous, that shows you all of the 3D surroundings that you have. Avenger! What the f is up, my dude? How's it going, man? Thank you for the raid. Did he get a shout out yet? Better have gotten a shout out. Somebody give this man a shout out. Somebody please. Lord God, please give this man a shout out. I got you, dude. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Also, thanks for coming to the podcast a couple weeks ago, dude. That was a dope show. People have loved that conversation, by the way. I gotta hook up with you for some training one of these days, because I'm not good at dogfighting, all right? Spectrum is like Yelp reviews. It's mainly just the people who are complaining. Hover mode 2.0 win. You know what? That's actually a thing that has bugged me. Thruster capacitors. No. I want thruster efficiency curves, but I feel like efficiency. Yeah, I don't know. I think they added it somewhere. They said that they added it, and I'm just not convinced. I am not. Either they didn't add it, or something else needs to be put in to assist. That was the render to texture technology. I thought render to texture was a camera, like when we do the mobiGlass calls. Your take is that PvP will be heavily leveraged group play and working together. Even if you just want to haul cargo, you'll want people who do know how to fight, who can watch your back. Yeah, in dangerous systems, of course. I got you, Holston Coop. I got you, dog. You going to dinner, Avenger? Dude, I'll see you later, man. Go eat some pirates. Get it? Because dinner. He kills people with ships. It's not funny if I have to explain it, guys. Come on, keep up. I'm looking for these thruster efficiency curves, because this is kind of what, in my mind, was supposed to be hover mode version 2. Can't find them, though. I wonder if they removed them. Oh my god, imagine if they weren't actually going to do the thruster efficiency curves anymore. Anybody remember when that was added? They were debating if PvE or PvP should have separate servers. Why are people we were having that argument like 3 years ago. And I thought the general consensus, you know what this is? We keep having the same conversations every few years because the player base changes so much. And the player base changes so much, and there's so much information coming out that nobody gets the chance to look back at when we talked about this stuff before. But like, we keep having these same debates. Let me do a video on that. The idea that the thing, here they are, thruster efficiency curves. Star Citizen developers are like, they are hooked on the idea of building in consequence, right? And if we separate servers, you're never going to have any consequence. I mean, we see it. We went over it during the monthly report. You see it in every single thing that they do. From, let's do it again, because it's a lot of fun doing this. Let's go in here and say everything from healing people to mining. Where were we? To mining, blowing up rocks, healing people, and overdosing them. Pushing some stuff on a cart and accidentally dropping it and not having it, losing all of your stuff, to opening a room and watching as the other room vents its atmosphere. all of these things are just like little choices you make in the game, right? Going to a new planet that's super hot and making sure you have the right armor on it. Leaving your ship out on a planet to the point where it starts to get dirty. We could keep going and going and going, bringing the correct ship so that you have a ship to dock with. Like every single part of this game is like, hey, make sure you do this correctly or you're going to get messed up. If they separated the servers, PvP and PvE, that takes away so much of that aspect. Either that or they're going to have to ramp up how insane NPCs are. New players who do not want to deal with other players being able to interact with them without consent are crying. It's a debate. It's a debate. It's an MMO though. It's kind of difficult to build an MMO without being the M part of that. Hold up, we got spam. Let me kick them out. We don't want to see your hot girls and boys. It's disgusting. Leave us alone. Report the channel. Pornography. Hide from sight. This is, yeah. Willie the Pooh, what's up? Spitfire, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Did you come over with the raid? You like RP servers? But what if you could just RP in the game? There'd be less pointless griefers on RP servers. I feel like there'd be more griefers on RP servers, huh? When they say limiting PvP and PvE, do they mean having servers that are single player, or just having servers where players can't shoot each other? They're not going to separate PvP and PvE, no. Some people are just asking for it. They were talking on Spectrum about having private servers and that CR had promised at some point. CR did promise the ability to run a server, yeah. But I'm always of the assumption that those servers will not separate PvP and PvE. I assume those servers will be linked into the entity graph and run on the exact same back end as the main servers. Show dog pics? Did you ask for dog pics? Ah, redeemed a puppy picture. All right, let me pull it up. Give you another puppy pic. We're going back to the early days again. To a cute boy, to a happy boy. This is my dog, and on Twitch, you have the ability to redeem my channel points so that you can spawn a picture of my dog. My good boy, who is yeah, I mean, if I still lived with him, then I would just pull up my good boy anyways. He'd be right here, but he's still over in Turkey. I should be seeing him in a month, though. So that's exciting. Hey, Schnell, what's up, dude? Let me throw you a shout out, man. My boy Schnell over here has recently started streaming, and he does a lot of scary games. If you guys like scary games, check it out. Check his channel out. Go give him a follow. Doing some good stuff. Yeah, he's playing Martha is Dead. Holy crap. What a game. The fact the word consent is even mentioned for a game is what's wrong with people. I fell behind in chat a little bit. Give us the good boy. Oh, it's not the Turks we're waiting for. I'm just waiting to get a place. As soon as we can get a place over here, we are getting my dog. We're getting our dogs. So, here's the card I was talking about. Thruster efficiency curves. Dramatically change the way thrusters work in atmosphere. The work will include a major update to aerodynamics. I don't believe it. I don't believe that this is actually working in the game to the fullest extent, or at least, I don't know. I really, really need an answer on what's going on with this. Because this was supposed to make VTOL thrusters important, and they aren't yet. And it was also supposed to be what the real conclusion to the disaster that was hover mode was going to be. Disaster specifically because it was not the Star Citizen method of actually simulating thrust out of the thrusters, but rather pinning thrust to the center of the mass of your ship, which doesn't make sense for Star Citizen. I'm not in Turkey. I'm in the US right now. Was in Turkey. Herald does not fit that card. What do you mean? That's the most aerodynamic ship in the game. Look at it. That is going to be a PvP system, and that's just the facts. Pyro will definitely have more PvP than Stanton. That's for sure. What was the follow-up to that? Or what, I guess what was the OG to that? That's exactly what sucked about hover mode. It was unnatural and annoying. It didn't make sense. I have no idea whose idea this was, but I don't think it was anybody who originally was working on the game. I don't know. What the heck? Did I just lose YouTube? I just lost YouTube chat. Why does it say I'm offline? That's weird. It's saying YouTube chat's not working anymore. No, YouTube chat is working, but Restream is not picking it up for some reason. Like, I can't make it up, guys. Stuff just breaks for no reason at all. Maybe if I change the event? Doesn't make any sense. Come on, work with me. All right, we got it back. I think it's saying that it's reading us now. I have no idea what that was. Someone on Soul Citizen was raging about hover mode last night. It was hilarious. Dude, it was so bad. You would press upwards on your ship to get off of the ground in the hangar, and your ship would immediately just go into the wall. It was really weird. Hey, Thornburg. What's up, man? Or woman, whoever you might be that just raided me. Thank you so much for the raid. 07's my friend. We got a shout out for you in the chat. Playing some Star Citizen. How'd it go? What were you doing? Raging about hover mode like, oof, excuse me, like we are? Oh yeah, hover mode was bad. We could probably find some videos of it actually. Let's see. Star Citizen. Hover mode. Problems. Problems. Oh, come on. What? Why is this here? No, I don't see any. I don't see any videos specifically about the hover mode problems. But I remember raging about them myself. Actually, I think I have... Hold on a second. Way back in the day, I did an issue council report on hover mode, and I don't think I ever deleted it. Let me see if I can find it. This would have been in 2019, I think. It's 2020. Yeah, here it is. I found it. Oh, it's a public video. Check this out. So this was one of my experiences with hover mode. And you get to see kind of like why, even though people were saying it worked, it was just, it was so inconsistent because it wasn't how Star Citizen is designed. It wasn't simulated. So watch what happens here. I'm trying to use hover mode to kind of angle which way I'm going, and the way this worked is it basically just took all your thrust and fired it out of the bottom of the middle of your ship. So you flew kind of like a helicopter. But you didn't have the visual, audible, you had no kind of feedback to understand that you were flying a helicopter. So here we go. I set down, and you'll be able to see that my thrusters are off, right? So you can see that there's no thrust applied on the ship. I am flat on the ground, but the ground is tilted. So because I landed on the side of a hill, it still considers me thrusting at an angle, even though I'm technically flat compared to the ground itself. Which I guess kind of makes sense. But my ship continues to slide and slide and slide and slide, and then it hits the ground and it starts just flipping and thrusting and like freaking out. Even though, like I say on the screen, my thruster power is at 0. But that was hover mode. It was misery. So yeah, I personally, I hated it. I didn't think it was a great solution, but I'm still confused as to why these thruster efficiency curves didn't really pick it up. Really is dry season for new content? It's not dry season for new content. We just got to see rivers, baby. I'm just not showing you guys the good stuff because that goes to my supporters. Guess the every 5 minutes or so buffering is just you. Is that on YouTube? It was awkward to control, but possible to get the hang of. It was possible to get the hang of, but as I just showed, there were definitely clear bugs with it. And it was certainly not the Star Citizen way. I'm glad they removed it. You checked out the quad and you had some fun? It was so good. Maybe it will, yeah. Maybe it'll help with hovering. We get one river with trees growing out of it. Were there trees growing out of the river? I thought they were on the banks. That'd be a little weird for trees to be in rivers, huh? One of my favorite questions. Hey, 8-Track, thank you so much for resubbing up. I appreciate you. Rivers bring game loops? No, rivers don't bring game loops. How about refueling, which is also in the update? I've never been outside Uncanny Valley. There were some right in the middle. Those just sound confused trees. Buffering thing is consistent thing with YouTube streams for me in both Chrome and Firefox. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I'm sorry about that. I prefer dual stick. Actually, I've never tried dual stick. I would like to do dual stick, but I don't have the space for it. The procedural tool definitely needs work. It does. If they're putting them trees in the middle. I want my trees non-river based. I want rivers in my trees. YouTube was never built for streams, so it sucks at it. I mean, they do pretty well. I think it was something like 6 out of the 10 biggest streams last year were on YouTube. They do a good job. It's just, for whatever reason, not when the small fry is streaming, I guess. I don't know. It seems to work well for some people and not well for others. It's weird when people act like locations and art aren't important elements in a video game. Like Go Playa. It sucks because you can't talk about locations without somebody coming out of the woodworks and saying, but that doesn't bring any gameplay. We shouldn't be interested in that. I'm just never going to talk about locations anymore. We just went through, I mean, freaking for sake, we just went through such a long monthly report talking about so many different gameplay elements being added. And then I mentioned rivers. That was my mistake. Is coffee still coming? Yes. Coffee is still coming. Not getting any buffering, but I've had it before. It's most likely a local issue. Huh. The stream itself is better because you can rewind, but community-wise it sucks on YouTube. Yeah, agreed. They only need to fix enough bugs to let you play for a couple of hours. I don't even get that much. I adore exploring and seeing stuff, so I'd like to see those rivers. I think it'd be fun to look for, yeah. AI nav mesh and reputation driving AI hostility are two of my most anticipated features. The potential gameplay is huge. Yeah, the nav mesh is going to be so helpful. And the reputation changes are great. I can't wait for updates to reputation. But coffee doesn't add any gameplay. Shut up, Malakina. I don't think we'll see trees in it. They have showed what they are actually remaking the whole area around the rivers as well to show how vegetation changes near water. Yeah, I mean, they'll polish stuff out. I'm sure there will be glitches when it gets into the game anyways, but... Getting coffee for your org mates is a gameplay loop. Not only that, imagine what it's going to be like to steal coffee. Whoa. That's gameplay. Will River also come with underwater grass and fish and a buoyancy? Buoyancy? They've actually talked about buoyancy quite a bit in the last couple years, I guess. I'm sure that we have some footage of that, actually. But you would think I would have put it under buoyancy, so we might not. Maybe I put it under water or something. Water buoyancy? Yep. I've literally put it under water buoyancy. So yeah, I don't know if they'll be in the rivers, but they've been working on buoyancy, so maybe it will be there. Those didn't look very buoyant, did they? They're just chilling. Mature want immersion and experience, but kids just want to play a game and are impatient. Hey man, I'm mature. I want fun now. Gonna hold river races on the river. I mean, River Rally just is too... It rolls off the tongue too well to not be an official race. Coffee shop that people are dunking on will probably bring more NPC activities and push that tech. I mean, they say it in the card. I believe it's in the card. Let me double check. Might be wrong about that. No, this is not where they say it. I think they say it on the progress tracker. Yeah, so if you look at the progress tracker item, it's not actually called coffee shops, it's called shops and patrons, which is one that we've actually been waiting for a long time. And this might not be the whole shops and patrons update, but it's the beginning of it. It's just part of a bigger update to AI, including coffee, pizza, bars, coffee, pizza bars, kiosks, and more. They're just updating the AI on top of what they already did with the bartender here, as they said in the monthly report. We better be able to throw coffee at people, though. Absolutely. I want to be able to fill my ship with coffee. It's like extra quantum fuel. Dead bodies float in the 890 jump pool? Yes. Yeah, if we can't do fishing as an activity and have contests, I'm trying to win an 890 jump from being the best fisher person this side of Hurston. Ace, you going to sleep, man? Have a good night, dude. Pray for video library organization. Thanks, Vagabond. It's not good. It's not good, but I did get a recommendation to SharePoint. I'll check that out. Will Nomad be able to land on water? You know what? I think that honestly pushes me. That's a name change, or that's a music change right there. That's one of those questions. What is releasing next update? We've got that here. Well, we've got what they've said so far. I do think there's going to be a couple extra things coming in. They're bringing in a river. They're bringing in... Well, these ships are tentative, so we don't know if they're coming in, but the Hull A and the Scorpius, they're giving us the ability to sell all of the items that we find around the game. They are bringing in ship-to-ship refueling to allow you to refuel other people or get fuel from people. Bringing in mining gadgets to build on the mining game loop a little bit more. They're improving the AI and the vendors. They are building in variations of the different medical facilities that we have, adding a hospital to Loreville, and improving the character creator. That's what we have confirmed for the next update as well, but we've also seen in the monthly report that they're making some good progress on the Gen 12 stuff. They've made several new AI additions. Honestly, mostly that's the kind of stuff that we might be able to expect to slip in. I don't think there was anything else on here. There's another unannounced ship that is at the same stage as the Hull A and the Scorpius. You see that here? So Misk Hull A is getting its LODs and damage pass worked on, as you can see here. The Scorpius is also getting its LOD and damage pass worked on here. These are both scheduled, as you can see here, tentatively for 3.17. Probably will come in 3.17.1. But if you look a little bit further down in this section, they also say 2 unannounced vehicles are approaching Greybox and Final Art. And then they go on to say the Final Art ship is also getting its LODs, final lighting, and damage passes done. So it's probably about at that same stage as the Hull A and Scorpius, but I won't say that it's going to come at the same time. It could. We could be getting that next patch, but I would say less likely. Or less likely than more. Less likely than not? How would that work? However, it might not be coming. This is the RSI website, Robert Space Industries. This is on their main page. If you go to the main page, and then you just scroll down to the monthly report, all this information is there. Do we get hairstyles for black men now? No, dude. You either got to go bald or just like, I don't know, a mohawk. We need Gen 12 and Pyro. Gen 12 is really going to help with, well, I won't say it's really going to help, but I'm excited to see what kind of stuff they can do after they have to stop building the renderer for the game. Stop making money on GPUs. Looking forward to selling weapons and armor. Yeah, that's going to be nice. Is scanning in? FPS scanning? No. I don't even think that's on 3.18. No. We aren't going to know about scanning until next month. Think the Gattac Raylan will pop in unannounced someday. That would be cool. Are they going to hold Scorpius until Invictus? No, I don't think so. That would be... if they were planning on doing that, I don't think they would have put it here. They could, but that seems a little rude. Gen 12 will actually help determine what hardware you actually need. True. True, you can actually start to understand if your CPU and GPU combo are working. So we'll get a new buyback token at the start of April. I need to buy a ship back with credit in case CIG changes how buyback prices work again. Okay. Hoping we get either the Santok Yai or Raylan for Alien Week. I don't know. Somebody did ask me to do this earlier. Let's see. What is our ship? Vehicle content. Oh, by the way, the vehicles I was talking about, good to note, they definitely emphasized that they were vehicles. So we don't know if those two are ships or vehicles. I'd be a little hesitant to say it's going to be a ship. Hey, PI 11761, thanks for the follow and the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. So Banu Merchantman's getting worked on. Hull C's getting worked on. Oh, the Origin X1. But that's not necessarily unannounced, so that wouldn't be it. Does seem to be ending though for Q3. That'd be cool if we were getting the X1 this year. Scorpius is getting worked on, and then a bunch of unannounced ships. So this is probably, or I'm sorry, unannounced vehicles. So they said one of them is reaching final art, so that's probably this one. I would assume. Which, yeah, so there's more design going in. So these ships might not even be done after this. They might have engineering going into them. It really depends on what they are. It's the hover horse. Could be good though. We could get some good stuff out of that. That should be done this quarter. Well, it says that. That would be next quarter. But again, we don't know. There's no engineering here. This is just art and design. Art and design. Maybe this team only works on art and design? This is the, let's see. Can we click on deliverable for this? No, it's only the EU vehicle content team. So yeah, unless we were able to figure out what actually goes into these ships, I think it's hard to know. Then again, none of these have an engineering segment on them. Is there no engineering in the vehicle content teams? I should be looking at vehicle tech teams, huh? Here we go. Nope. Vehicle feature team? No. Yeah, so it's hard to know because the vehicle content team doesn't have the engineering segments in them. Drake inverted bucket. It's that easy to get underwater. You hope selling loot won't become the GameStop experience. You mean a race to the bottom? Like you can't... All the stuff that you're giving away doesn't really matter. Doesn't cost much, so you're not making money. Anybody got a favorite ship they're looking forward to this year? Look at the SRV is getting work done. That's exciting. Not really many other big time ships on here though that we don't know about. Or that we know about but don't know they're getting worked on. The Apollo, that's a cool one, but that's all art. Coming towards the end of the year. Tumbrel Ranger, something people are looking for. That's the first motorcycle in the game. Actually, I don't even know if it's a motorcycle. It's just a bike. I don't know what it runs on. Looks like this though. They're pretty cool. They got some storage on them. They got some cool guy looks. I mean, look at how cool he looks. Freaking cool guy on a bike. Right? Who doesn't want that in their Star Citizen? Can't wait to see what nerfs get applied to the Scorp. We haven't even seen what kind of power the Scorp gets yet. How can you talk about nerfs? I'm excited for the 600i rework. Yeah, that'll be good. I don't think that's on here though. I don't think they've listed that yet. Oh, there's the gold standard. Is that the rework though? It's gotta be. They just gold standard it and then didn't. And now they're gonna rework the gold standard. Thought he was driving so fast to go to a bathroom. Psh, not Miles. He never goes to the bathroom. Nerfed right out of the gate. There you go. It's perfect. The nerf came before we even got it. The Ranger will make bunker missions a lot more convenient. Also be a little easier to fit into ships like the Pisces. Is the BMM this year? Hey, Alyciana. It says it's this year. I think we saw it here. It says it's due to finish, but, you know, we don't know. Kemi! What's up? The whole crew popping in here, huh? I mean, Is it this year? Well, it's scheduled for this year. Even the Prowler was OP at launch. We expect it now. Right. It's easy to forget that they are building this, and as much as we expect them to know exactly what they're doing, they don't. You know, like when they put a ship into the game, that's the first time they get to see how it works. So, I mean, I guess technically QA gets their hands on it, but at the same time, QA is a pretty small group of people compared to us. I will say this. They really need to watch what they say in their marketing and their flavor text and their copy. They need to make sure that that stuff is still lining up with what they're selling afterwards. I understand it's a concept and, you know, you're pledging and you're not buying the ship and all that stuff, but I think that that could really help them in terms of, what's the phrase? I can't remember. In good faith. Kemi, I'm doing well, man. I hope you're good. Elysiana, you're in and out of meetings? No problem. No problem. I know it's silly, but pyrotechnic launchers for the ships to celebrate victories with fireworks. I want a ship dedicated to fireworks. That's what I want. Made by Drake. It's literally just a box that fires off fireworks with a thruster on the back. And enough space for me to stick my head in and keep getting oxygen. They do know what they're doing. Adjusting balancing is normal. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, when you make a new product, right, out of R&D, you don't know what's going to happen with it. You make it because you expect something, and then you put it out in the open and you see what happens. That's all I mean. Honestly, I don't see how the 600i can be called gold standard at this point. So many things will still be missing that define the ship. The screens, the pool table. Gold standard, I think, is in terms of design and art. In fact, let's go again and double check, because gold. Concept art, content team, vehicle experience team. So it might also mean in terms of interactions and buttons and stuff. I don't think it means the actual functionality of the ship, though. Which is a little misleading. I see your point. Optimizing all features required to bring... Yeah, they're not explanatory enough about it. I always assumed it was mostly art and stuff. Even when live, they rarely update the website info when a ship changed, which is so bad. Yeah, the website's terrible. The website is one of the worst parts. Only second to the star map. Gold standard is bringing a ship up to its current standards. Right. The best they can do right now. Oh my gosh. Why does my water bottle keep doing this to me? Ugh. Just ruining my shirt. Bringing a ship utilizing all features at that current time. Right, Eric, yeah. As overall standards change, such as actual components, guess what? Yep. We got gold standards on gold standards. And it's funny because when they do the gold standard, like, they leave it here. Yeah, so like, look at all these gold standards that are already done. They're just staying on the progress tracker. Are we just going to have multiple Aegis gold standards on here? Or are they just going to replace it? Or how's that going to work? Multiple Drake Cutlass gold standards? Arguably counterintuitive, but they dedicated a while ISC segment to explain what they mean by gold standard, by gold standard, so not misleading. Right. Doesn't mean the ship is done or has everything it should have someday. Yeah. Gold standard is, yeah. Have they said that pool tables will work? You know, I don't think we've actually gotten confirmation. Should send that one in. CIG, we want billiards. Saw what happens when they brought the Cutlass up to steel standard. Oh, we're gonna go all the way to Quantanium standard? I thought it would be Pico standard. Or maybe Hurston standard. We don't even have all the components in game yet. We don't. Is this, you guys think this is a pyro space station? I'm assuming that's what it is. That's what they were talking about. But they talked in lighting about how they worked on the pyro space stations and then also the space for the new event. And I really want to believe this is for the new event, but I'm pretty sure it's the pyro space station. Which do look pretty cool. I think we got some recent B-roll on that actually. If I can find it. No, actually. Mm-mm. 2022. Space stations? No, I only have shots from 2021. The same ones I showed you guys earlier. Just the interior. These are mostly concepts. There's the pyro spacescaping we talked about earlier. Where is, though? I know I had some clips of the recent space stations. I know it. I know it. Here's the building interiors. I couldn't find that earlier. There we go. I found them. So first we got the space station exteriors. They actually do look pretty similar to the Stanton ones. Is this? No, this might be a Stanton station. Yeah, okay, these are the Stanton stations still. I was like, that looks really similar. They just towing the hangars. Here are the pyro space stations on the interior. So we got to see, let me go back to that other clip, that other footage. So we got to see concept art last year. This was, actually, this is going to be pretty funny. So we got to see all this last year, right? Concept art. Of course, if you were watching CitizenCon, you probably heard plenty that, oh, there's CitizenCon. We never get any of that stuff. That stuff doesn't make it into the game. This is all fake. It won't be here for years. Yada, 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 all that stuff. But now we are looking at, they now have them modeled in game and they're testing out the lighting and everything. And these space stations are actually looking pretty cool. They look like they have way more going for them than the Stanton stations. Okay, bots. Love me some porn bots. Can you please leave? Oh, thanks, Holson Coop. Mentioning pyro seems like gangs will govern sectors. Yeah, and they'll probably have the jurisdictions we have to worry about. Well, Akina. With those sectors, I foresee having to pay fees for enter and exit. Maybe unless you have a reputation. But yeah, this is actually kind of the only footage we currently have of these space stations, but it does prove that the things that they showed in concept at last CitizenCon are being made. And it's something that people have been saying about this most recent CitizenCon since it happened. They have definitely taken a different approach in showing things that are closer to being made, things that we can expect for the next year, just things that are a little more realistic. You were just thinking that ship to put into a what ship to put in? You wanted a space taxi kind of ship and had to realize that there is none. We have some military jumpers, but we don't have a 300i ship with like 4 or 6 seats to bring or get people from planets. I would say an MSR would work. A Cutlass Black would work. A 400i would work. But you're talking about a ship to put in the BMM. I think it's going to be pretty hard to find a ship that's small enough for that fits that many people. The best bet you'd have was the Pisces, which you can fit 2 inside of. Cutlass, yeah. In a lawless area, you wonder what will replace armistice zones, or can we just blast each other? It may be that they make sure to get the security system working by then, so that there are no armistice zones in Pyro. I would imagine that's going to be the case, you know? Pyro is a place where anything goes. Granted, don't kill somebody in somebody else's gang territory, or that gang might get mad. The 300i is the biggest to fit. Yeah, and I think the Pisces carries more people than the 300i, so that's probably the better choice. Still going strong 4 hours later. Is it 4 hours? Yeah, I'm just about done. I was supposed to be done at 3 hours. So I got some video content to make. But, here we are. Yeah, Pisces can carry 3 safely. I mean, as long as people are here to talk to me and chill, for the most part, I'll stay on. Now, like I said, I have work to do, but this is kind of what I want to start doing with my Monday streams more often. Same time, same place. Bring up what's going on in Star Citizen development. Maybe check out what kind of videos are coming out. Overview some of their recent communications, but have a stream that's a little more about us just relaxing, talking about development. I want to do it so that the people who are here who know what's going on can go in, you know, talk about this stuff in a way that we don't really get to that often. Also, people who don't know much about what's going on can join the stream, listen in, understand that there is some development going on and some stuff to read about. Yeah, there's a team in Montreal. They have teams in Canada, America, England, and Germany. I believe it's Los Angeles, Austin, Montreal, Frankfurt, Winslow. Actually, they're moving from Winslow to Manchester. Did they have a second studio in England? All about co-working while casually talking Star Citizen. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I had that at my work, that'd be dope. But I'd never get work done. Sarah Zizou! Hey, thanks for the sub! Oh, that's awesome. You are awesome. Thank you so much for dropping in here. I had to tell Mrs. Tomato. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good week. You want to hear Tony Z talk about NPC leisure activities? I want some leisurely NPCs out here. I want to see them whining and dining and smacking back a Mai Tai. Hold on a second. We've got footage of that. It has been spotted. Where is it? Where is it? I know I've got it here somewhere. Is that it? Oh, he's not smacking back a Mai Tai. He's just chilling. He's just throwing his hands back and chilling. I thought it was this guy coming up here. I thought he had a drink in his hand. Oh, he's got a drink right here. He's got a drink right here. He's leashing. He's leashing. There you go, man. That's all we need. CIG, we want this in game. That's all we want. Give me more of that. NPCs live in the NPC dream. Has anybody seen that movie Free Guy with Ryan Reynolds, was it? I haven't seen it, but I heard it was funny. But yeah, I love seeing NPCs doing stuff. I mean, Vagabond always tells me, and I've started to pay attention, if you look at the NPCs, they are actually doing stuff sometimes. They actually do things! Oh, you could give Mrs. Tomato all your love right there. There you go, yeah. She's always chilling. She's like a ghost mod. Should check out MO2. It's actually super popular with your same fan base, as it's a sandbox, more hardcore MMO. Uh-oh. Even more hardcore. Dog, I can't even remember to put my helmet on in this game. You want me to go more hardcore? It was a good movie. I'll have to check it out. Surprisingly good. I'll check that out. Thank you guys. Hashtag Ghost Lord. Ghost mod. Babe Lord Ghost mod. Hashtag Babe Lord Ghost mod. Man, Free Guy's got a lot of good not anecdotes, testimonials. I like it. It's like I just got IMDb placed in my chat. I'll write it down on the list. Not more hardcore, just it's a hardcore MMO. Okay, let me check it out. What's it called? MO2? Mod Organizer 2? Skyrim? Or is it this place in Beijing? Let me just get some directions, so we'll see if that'll be okay. 16 hours, $5,000. That's cool. Seems pretty hardcore, yeah. Not used to flying that way. What was it called again? Mortal Online 2. Okay. Oh, I think I saw somebody talking about that. I actually thought they meant Mortal Kombat Online. So that's... Mortal Online makes more sense. First-person sandbox MMO. Oh, it's not sci-fi though. I have a really strong draw to sci-fi things. I'll check this out though. Is it historical or is it fantasy? Oh, it's fantasy. Okay. Well, I've got it written down. You saw Batman? Was it good? Hey, Leafx, thank you for following. By the way, I know you. I know you. I appreciate you being here. I don't know if you stream on Twitch, but I do believe you make videos on YouTube, right? I'm pretty sure I watch your videos. I'm really bad with names. You'll have to forgive me. Looks like you were streaming here on Twitch. Maybe it wasn't recently, but hey, I got you with a shout out. Check out your boy Leafx over here in the chat, hanging out. I know you make some content. Appreciate you being here. You've bumped into more SC fans playing this game than any other game. That's pretty cool. I've actually only met probably like 3 or 4 people in real life who know about this game. Funny thing is, 2 of those people they recognized me. I was like, what? I never actually shared the story in any big way. I think it was like a month ago, maybe. We were flying from America back to Turkey, and we landed at the Istanbul airport, and we were walking down the hallway, me and my wife, and and a kid ran up behind us and asked us to stop, me and my wife, Mrs. Tomato, and said, are you the famous YouTuber Space Tomato? And me and my wife both looked at each other. We were like, somebody's freaking trolling us. Like, we thought that somebody had somehow recognized, like, knew me. I don't know. I don't know anybody else who flies to Turkey, but we thought that we were on a show or something, and it was crazy. Yeah, we thought somebody was trolling. And so we're like, yes. And my wife's like, are you serious right now? What? We're like, yeah, it's me. And he's like, he's just a kid, maybe 14, 15 years old, possibly watching right now. If you are, shout out to you. But yeah, he was like, yeah, I watch your videos with my dad. And his parents walk up behind him, and like the mom is smiling approvingly, and the dad like shakes my hand, and I'm like, what is going on? I have 12,000 subscribers on YouTube. Why does somebody recognize me? It was really, really crazy. It was also very cool. And then the second time was like, I messaged a Xfinity person to get help with my internet, and they said something like, of course, citizen, I'll help you out. I was like, all right. How did it make me feel? Stunned, I think. I don't know. It was like, I didn't believe it, because Star Citizen's not a big game, you know? Like, Star Citizen's not a big game. I don't have a big channel, and I didn't even show my face that often at the time, so that's why it just didn't make sense to me. I still don't understand exactly how it happened, but it was amazing. It was really cool. Next, you need security guards. Uh-huh. Need to carry around copies of Star Citizen. A big deal in SC. I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but I guess so. I don't know. I just still don't think of Star Citizen as being that popular, you know? I think it's got a long way to go. It will be popular, yeah. I believe it will be. As long as they stick to what they're doing and they're able to successfully keep producing this game, yeah, I think it'll be popular. It's kind of surreal when you're recognized in public because it's easy to forget how many people actually watch your stuff. Yeah, that might be part of it. You don't think about that. Oh no, that's right. One of the other people, I got recognized at a party we went to, by somebody who used to know me back in grade school. But yeah, that stuff is it's pretty strange. It's cool, it really is, but I have no idea how to react to it. I'm like, soon, TM. I'll respond to you soon. I don't know what to do. I'm awkward, man. Squadron 42 will make SC explode, no doubt. As long as it's decent. But yeah, Squadron 42 could definitely put it on the map. It honestly just has to be decent. Squadron 42 does not need to be an amazing game. We already know that the graphics are going to be great. We know that the voice acting is going to be great. We know that the ships and the effects are all good. Really, all they need to do is have a decent story and decent gameplay. And I think it will be considered good enough. It'll obviously get bashed for not being great since it, reportedly took 12 years, 13 years to make. But I do think that overall, maybe not critically, but in terms of spreading the story that is Star Citizen, it needs to be a decent game. If there's a single bug in 42, media will tear it apart. Media are going to tear it apart no matter what, right? Squadron 42 will no doubt be up against a battle it can't win in terms of those reviews. Just depends on how it vibes with the gaming community as a whole. Video like Jack Frags go a long way too. They do, because they sit around for a long time. How many views does he have at this point? His last video got 1 million views in a week, which is insane. Insane. This one's got 645,000 in 4 days, and it's making 2.8 thousand views per hour still. Oh my god! Can you guys, is that blocked? Can you see? He released this 4 days ago and it's still doing 2.8 thousand views per hour. I don't think my best video ever did that. That is insane. Yeah, so this stuff does an insane amount of stuff for a game like Star Citizen. And if you go back into his videos, you actually see how much that matters. The last video he did that got this many views, I think was here, I want to say, this PUBG one. And it's at only 1 million. And if you keep looking at the views he gets, they generally land around like 500,000 if they're good videos, around 2 to 3 million if they're average videos. Here's another one that reached 1 million, but like it doesn't happen often on his channel. And then you go and you see that his Star Citizen video got 1.3 million views in 13 days. I mean, and then better yet, if you go on here and start looking at the comments, normally you'd expect one type of comment, but I mean, and here it is. Something about the grandchildren. But all of the other comments are really like actually pretty positive. And you realize that like if people watch this game without going into it thinking about all of the previous press and previous opinions and stuff, it makes a big difference. These robots, man. Scam! I like that. I like that emote, JP. But anyways, listen guys, we have been at it for a little while now. I've got to get to work on some videos, to be honest. I mean, guess I could always work on the videos live on stream, right? I won't. I'm not actually going to. I can't spoil it like that. But I got a couple good ones coming out soon. We've got a monthly report coming out. We've got, let's see. monthly report for this coming out is a summary of all the best things that happened here, which I just ruined with this stream. And we've got a supporter exclusive video coming out in about a week. That's going to be looking at the development process of, God, Rivers. Yes, of Rivers. But I'm going to look at it in the context of the first time we saw the tool, which, believe it or not, was when they were developing roads back in 2016. And then I'm going to jump to how they've been developing the planetary technology that they're using. And then finally, Rivers, what they mean for the game, why they might actually be important. But that is, that's just the latest in exclusive videos we've made. We got a couple other here, but actually, we'll go here. So if you go to Patreon, which is the best place to be getting access to this stuff, you can actually scroll down and see that we have, this is the most recent exclusive videos, and supporters, I'm gonna put you guys on blast because I need some marketing, I need some advertisement, and I'm not good at it. But you can see people are loving these videos. The exclusive videos are where I put most of my effort. They're higher quality, they're generally longer, and they're more conceptual about the deeper development of the game. And then there's other exclusive content I make. This was another one though I already told you about, looking at the development process of derelict ships. This was another one I did, which talks about how players actually have a pretty large control of the game itself as opposed to the company. And this was the first one we did of the year, which talked about the most important thing to having a successful year in Star Citizen this year. All this stuff is available on Patreon for $3. You can choose higher tiers if you'd like, but you get 2 exclusive videos every month as a patron. You also get access to our exclusive chat channel. You have the ability, like you can see here, to sit in on our podcast recordings. So like when I did the one with Morph, when I did the one with 10 Pound 42, all these ones, those people are able to, you can ask them questions after we film the podcasts. They sit there live for a little bit. And yeah, that's the deal. That's how my family makes our money. All of our income comes from this, Space Tomato. So if you'd like to support us, you can become a member on YouTube. You can become a Twitch subscriber. You can hit up Ko-fi, or you can use Patreon. All those things will get you access to all these videos though. That includes you guys on the Twitch subs. It's Monster, just subbed. Thank you so much for that. You actually just got access to all those videos. You don't have to sign up for Patreon. You could just become a Twitch sub. So check that out. It's on the Discord server. You will have an updated role on the server that gives you access to the channel, so look out for it. Check out the videos. Tell me what you think of them. I hope you enjoy it. And we just, because we got that sub, obviously got another raffle started for the giveaway coming to somebody lucky. If you want to win yourself a Nomad, I'll be giving that away as soon as we meet the next goal. But guys, like I said, I am all done for today. So, my lovely, lovely gardeners, actually, we got 90 seconds until the raffle ends. Get into that raffle. Get some points. Do it. And we'll all say our goodbyes. Goodbye, everybody. Whoops. Goodbye. Mwah. I appreciate you all. You're awesome people. Star Citizen community is the best. Good to see you, Willie. I'll catch you later. Have a good week. Have a good day. LeafX, thanks for dropping in. And if you guys want to see what we actually talked about on the monthly report, I will keep this video public for a little while. This stream, it will be on my front page on YouTube, or you can just drop into my playlist streams, playlist, past live streams playlist. Check that out, and you'll be able to see kind of the detail of what we went over that happened in February. Cobra streaming too. I'm gonna send you guys all on to Moist Noodle. I haven't rated him in a while. The old Moist, the nudes. My man. He's having a just chatting stream. He's been doing that a lot lately, it seems. Just kind of talking and chilling, looking at what's been going on over in Ukraine as well. Make sure to pop in, give him some support, tell him I said hi, and have a good time, guys. Congrats, Holston Coop, on winning that raffle. And keep fighting. Keep fighting for those points. Nerdy Computer, thanks for joining at the last second. I appreciate you. Have fun on the raid. I'll see y'all later. Peace out. And to YouTube, my good people, you know I love you. The OGs, the originals, is where I started. I appreciate you guys as well. Thank you so much for being here. Oops. Thank you for your support, everybody. Thank you for watching this whole time. This went on a lot longer than I expected. But we got to check out that monthly report in depth. Let me know what you guys thought of this stream, though. Feel free to put it on Twitter, on Discord, wherever. But it helps me if I know if this is going well, if people are enjoying this. So, yeah, shoot me a message or something. And I'll catch you guys later. If you like it, we'll do it again. Until then, have a good one. See ya.